presentation of Fox Sports.
We are sports. We are Southeast.
Bolstered by a dominant Atlanta bullpen, the Braves rallied in the late innings for the 6th straight game, with cleanup hitter Matt Kemp putting the Braves ahead for good. Tonight, two aces square off. Julio Teheran takes the hill for the Braves, and Zach Greinke tries to cool off the sizzling Braves offense next. It's another beautiful late summer evening in Phoenix, Arizona, and we join you tonight from Chase Field, where a partial sellout crowd will join us for Game 3 of our 3-game series. Best pitching matchup of the 4-game set. Julio Teheran and Zach Greinke are hooking up tonight. Hi again, friends. Chip and Joe, welcome back to Phoenix, where the ball always travels here at Chase Field. Two very entertaining games, a lot of runs scored, a lot of offense. Heck, anytime you score runs, you look good. And the Braves offense right now, Joe, clicking as well as it has all year.
Boy, the last 3 weeks have really been something to watch. The Braves, over their last 20 ball games, they've gone 9-11, but the offense has done its share. 5.2 runs per game. They've hit 22 home runs over that stretch. They have more doubles than anybody in the National League since August 3rd, and an OPS of over 700. So the offense is clicking right now and fun to watch.
That's the good news. The bad news is, however, the Braves starting pitching staff has had its share of problems. High pitch counts, lots of runs scored against them, and early exits, which has put a lot of pressure on the rest of the staff.
I think the latter has been the most demoralizing for the ball club, because when you're scoring over 5 runs a game and you're only 9-11, that's not very good. And you see the ERA is higher than the 5 runs the team has been scoring. But the 5 innings per start on average has got to get better. A, you're going to kill the bullpen. B, you're going to wear out some of your offense trying to keep you in ball games. So pitch a little deeper in ball games. Hopefully the outcome will be a little better.
And who better to do that than Julio Teheran? After all, he's the last Brave starter to go 7 innings this year.
Yeah, and he's pitched real well against the Diamondbacks in his career, including a start earlier this season. He's pitched great. He just needs some runs.
So Julio Teheran is ready to go. Zach Greinke is ready to go for Arizona. And Ender Inciarte is always ready to go. He's been very impressive. He's back in the desert and playing great. Kelsey Winger will talk about that as she joins us next here from Phoenix, Arizona.
Welcome back to Chase Field for Game 3 of the Braves versus the Diamondbacks, and we have a treat for you today because it is the battle of the aces. But one thing that Julio Teheran has over Greinke is that guy Ender Inciarte in center field behind him, who has just been incredible at the plate and defensively for the Braves so far this season. Now, they did acquire him from the Diamondbacks in a trade. He has fought some DL stints, but he has been incredible since he's come back into that leadoff spot, filling that hole that the Braves needed on both sides of the game. Now, taking a look at his offensive numbers with our Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot. In the last 40 games, check out that average. 338 with 15 multi-hit games and 30 runs scored. Now, Snicker knows how good he's been at the plate for them, but he also knows how elite of a center fielder he's been for them so far this season.
There's always those guys, if you're a third base coach, you make sure you know where they're at all the time. Ender's a guy that you stay with a long time to make, because if he catches a ball, you're probably going to shut guys down. There's those 2-out no-brainers that you send all the time, but other than that, you got to stay with a guy like Ender a long time because he's dangerous. I mean, he throws guys out. I mean, he's way deep in the outfield, and I'm thinking there's no way he's got to play here. And man, he charges the ball, and his accuracy from that far away is just crazy. He's about as good as I've seen.
We have a treat coming to you from the desert, a battle of the aces, Teheran versus Greinke. We'll be right back with first pitch and starting lineups of Game 3 coming up next.
By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day.
Friday night in Phoenix, Arizona. It's Game 3 of this series between the Braves and the Diamondbacks. The Braves offense as hot as the weather outside. Atlanta scored 15 runs in the first 2 games. And with that in mind, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Brian Snitker with a very similar lineup with the exception of Dansby Swanson, who gets the night off. Chase Darno will bat 8th and play shortstop. And this hot offense will have its hands full with one of the game's best, right-hander Zack Greinke.
Zack Greinke, 32 years old, 6'2", 200 pounds, out of Orlando, Florida. His last 3 starts, not very pretty because of a horrible start he had in Boston where he only went an inning plus and a high average there over those last 3 as well. At home, 5-3 with a high ERA here. That's not surprising the way the ball jumps in this ballpark.
So Ender Inciarte is ready to lead off for the Braves. He's 4 for 17 head-to-head with the Diamondbacks this year and looks for his first career hit against the former Cy Young winner Zack Greinke. Delivers a strike and we're underway. David Rackley has the plate.
Greinke throws a lot of fastballs and a lot of change-ups. Slider and occasional curve, but usually uses his fastball for his outs.
Ground ball toward first. Paul Goldschmidt with an easy play, and we're underway. 1 out. Zach Greinke was brilliant last year with the Dodgers. 19-game winner, a 166 earned run average, struck out 200 men in 222 2/3 innings. And I think Greinke shocked the baseball world when he signed a 6-year, $206 million deal to come to Arizona rather than potentially stay in arguably the best pitcher's park in our league, Los Angeles and Dodger Stadium.
It's amazing what kind of years guys can put together in their contract year when they're going to become free agents. He was second in the Cy Young voting to Jake Arrieta. So his timing was perfect to hit the free agent market.
He's ahead of Adonis Garcia, who had a big night at the plate last night. Adonis had 3 hits. And he is, as you said, really impressing some other major league scouts who are here in town for this series.
Greinke upset by not getting that call.
Tipped at the plate, 1 ball, 2 strikes for the Braves' third baseman. Now it's 2-2.
He'll throw a sinker, 2-seamer off his fastball, and he'll also throw his changeup in the high 80s. It's not a great deal of difference to it. He's got a couple of them, but he'll just back off just a little bit. Throw your timing off.
He throws harder than Greg Maddux did, right? Greg?
Yeah, it's a general rule.
General rule. He has excellent control. Would it be a fair thing to say that he is this generation's Greg Maddux light with the way that he carves up opposing offenses? Swing and a miss. Adonis is down on strikes. 2 up, 2 down.
Not for me.
Nope.
Nope. He's good. 153 wins. He's in his 12th year in the big leagues. He's had his share of success. Won the 2009 Cy Young Award. But he's not in that category yet, even as a light.
And that's saying something coming off the year he had with LA last year. He's gotten the first 2 hitters. Freddie Freeman, the batter. And Freddie takes high. His 11-game hitting streak was snapped last evening. But in 11 of 12 games, Freddie Freeman has hit 7 homers and 15 RBIs, a hefty .486 batting average. And as Zach works for the Diamondbacks tonight, he's approaching 2,000 career strikeouts. With the punch out of Garcia, he's 4 away from that mark.
Freddie's had his trouble with him too. 2 for 15 in his career, and of those 15 at bats, 7 strikeouts. Greinke made a start against the Braves way back on May 6th. Gave up 2 runs in 6 innings, walked 1, struck out 8, and lifetime in 6 starts. Very good numbers against Atlanta. A .261 ERA, 2-1.
That's in at the knees. It's 2-2. And Greinke started in horrible fashion. 11 earned runs in his first 10 innings. But then got on a roll with a start against the Padres. Won 3 straight decisions. And then got really hot in mid-May. Won 8 consecutive games. And he just struck out Freddie Freeman. 2 strikeouts in the opening inning for Zach Greinke. And we'll welcome Julio Teheran back to the mound in a scoreless first. Top of the first, and the old saying in baseball, sometimes it's not how you pitch, but when and against whom. And that has, sadly for Julio Teheran, been a big part of his 2016 story.
He's 3-9 with the 12th best ERA in baseball at 2.90. But because of this stat, 2.8 runs of support, the worst in baseball, he's only won 3 ball games, and it's a sad tale. So let's go to his 4 keys to pitching success. Knowing that he's not getting much run support, maybe tonight is good timing because the offense is rolling and it's in a ballpark where this team likes to hit, so maybe he'll get more runs to work with tonight. And the first trip through the order, 9 guys. I think that will say a lot about how deep he might pitch in this ball game tonight. He's coming off a start against Washington of 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, walked 3. Got to cut down on the walks, but try to go through those first 9 quickly.
And he'll face Gene Segura, the leadoff man and second baseman for the Diamondbacks. Segura hitting .321 for the year. And he jumps all over the first pitch and hits that toward right, but it's right at Nick Markakis. And there's out number 1.
I like his pace so far.
That's right. He's 1 up, 1 down on 1 pitch. Bourne, Goldschmidt, Castillo, the top 4 in the Arizona lineup today. Lamb, Owings, Haniger, Drury in left. Zach Greinke pitches and bats 9th. So many weird stats when you look at Julio. You mentioned the low batting average against, the low wins, the low run support. Here's another one. He's 3-9 on the year. Every single one of his wins have been on the road this year.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Michael Bourne has 3 hits in the series, batting .257. And that's out of play left side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. All the problems Arizona's had keeping their outfield healthy. David Peralta, A.J. Pollock, Michael Bourne was a very nice pickup for them. He's playing in his 84th game for the Diamondbacks tonight. And he hits another one toward right center field. This one, though, is going to get down. Markakis couldn't cut it off. Ender did with a slide. Bourne around second, is on his way to third. And he will have a very late sliding triple with 1 out. Michael's 5th triple, and Arizona in business with 1 out in the first.
As we've said during the first 2 games of this series, anything that gets past an outfielder, there's just a long chase to go get it. Nick tried, and it's almost worth it just to lay out to stop a rolling ball as well to prevent a triple. Hard to do in this park.
Paul Goldschmidt is the Arizona first baseman.
Going after pitches early in the count already are the Diamondbacks. And he left a pitch up to Bourne that turned into the triple. Got away with that one.
Boy, if there's anything we've noticed in this series, there have been so many location misses by pitchers on both of these pitching staffs. Not surprisingly, we're seeing balls hit hard all over the diamond. Julio got a break with that one. He's ahead 0-2. And a breaking ball fooled Goldschmidt. 3 pitches takes care of him. First strikeout for Teheran. 2 outs.
Boy, that helps. This guy just rarely misses opportunities, especially on a breaking ball that was left up there. But fooled enough to miss it.
The old so bad it was good pitch.
Yeah.
And that'll bring up the cleanup man, catcher Wellington Castillo. He's knocked in 47 men, 6 RBIs against the Braves this year. And he's knocked in 10 runs in his last 10 games. He's been quite a find for the Diamondbacks. And that missed. Ball 1. Bourne at third with a 1-out triple. Now there are 2 outs.
So pitch is definitely up in the zone. Bourne's the only one that's been able to put the ball in play for a hit. Mentioned that Julio's had good numbers against the Diamondbacks. 6 starts, 2.12 ERA.
Line drive makes it 1-0. That one's going to head to the fence right in front of the swimming pool. And Castillo drives in his 11th run in 11 games. And Arizona cashes in the Bourne 1-out double with an RBI, or 1-out triple for Bourne. And Castillo with an RBI double makes it 1-0.
Another pitch up. Fastball belt high. So this first trip through the first 9 is not starting so well. Diamondbacks score a ton of first inning runs, but it usually starts with Segura. Tonight it was with Bourne.
And like the Braves, when they score first, they have an excellent chance to win the game. Arizona's 33-34 when they score first. That doesn't sound like a lot. Remember, they're 22 games under 500, so they're a much more dangerous club with early offense. And here's Lamb. Lamb knocked in a couple of runs with a double last night. And he hits here with 2 outs. 2 extra base hits for Arizona, and the count even.
Last year, left-handers really wore Julio out. He didn't have anything to get him off his slider that was breaking into them. This year, throwing that 2-seamer down and away, he's been a lot more efficient with that. Just a 206 average by left-handers. Great improvement.
Lamb had a brilliant first half of the season. He has not been very productive since. 2 balls and a strike. He went around, and Lamb is taken off the shin guard. He was on his way to first base, but there are only 2 balls in the count, so I'm not quite sure what Lamb was thinking. He thought he got hit with the pitch.
Well, they checked with Larry Vanover, and he said he swung. It hit him in the foot, but if he swung at it, that negates the hit by pitch. So when they checked, made the appeal, he swung. So sorry.
A bad break for Lamb with a runner at second. And 2 outs. Julio thought he struck him out, didn't get the call. Shortstop Chris Owings will be next. Castillo a big lead at second. And that takes care of Lamb. Second strikeout for Julio, but Castillo drives home the game's first one with a 2-base hit. We go to the second.
1-0 as we head to the second inning, and we have been keeping you posted on tomorrow's starter. Manager Brian Snitker announced it earlier today. Matt Whistler will make his return from Gwinnett and make his way back into this rotation up here for the Braves. He's had 4 starts down in Gwinnett. He is 2-1 with a pretty decent ERA, looking to get back up here. And then you have the corresponding move for that. Rob Whalen has been placed on the DL with shoulder fatigue. This is likely the last we will see of him from the season, because what you have to remember about this guy, only 7 starts over AA. He's pitched 144 innings so far this season, and he had never pitched over 100 in that amount of time. So you should be proud of what you've done, Rob. It's been great watching him play, and we'll see him back up here again next season.
All right, Kelsey, thank you very much. Matt Kemp will lead off for the Braves here in the second inning.
You know, when Matt was sent down, I thought all he needed were a couple of 3 starts just to get some confidence back, you know, to get back in a bit of a groove. I was surprised tonight when I was looking at some numbers in the Braves notes. He's got more quality starts than anybody on the staff, even though he hasn't been here in 6 weeks.
One ball, 1 strike for Matt Kemp. And now it's 2-1. Matt's riding an 8-game hitting streak. Had a big hit for the Braves last night. Bases loaded double that probably should have been a triple. A couple of RBIs as the Braves came back to win. The pitch is cut on and missed. 2-2. Matt tonight is playing in his 22nd game with the Braves. .269 Atlanta average, 2 homers, 12 RBIs, 7 doubles. And he hits that one into the shift. And a long throw will take care of the Braves left fielder. 4 up, 4 down for Greinke on a hard hit ball. Matt Kemp's retired for out number 1.
Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence that that 20-game stretch that we were talking about where the team's gone 9-11 began with Matt Kemp's 2nd game with the team.
Yeah, and on that graphic, I think you said the Braves are scoring 5.2 runs a game in those 20. Well, they'd scored 5 or more 11 times in their last 20 games. Dating back to June 1st, the Braves had scored 5 runs or more 18 times in their previous 54 games. So yes, whether it's coincidental or not, Matt Kemp has certainly helped dramatically improve the Braves offense. Nick Markakis has seen Greinke quite a bit, 22 times as a matter of fact. He's got 6 hits, including a homer against him, as that shaved a corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Just missed. 2-2. Tyler Flowers is on deck. Arizona leads by a run. We're early in the second. And strike 3 called. Takes care of Markakis. 3 strikeouts for Greinke. 2 outs.
Borderline low at the knees. Too close to take. 3 strikeouts for Greinke, looking to get to 2,000 tonight in his career.
No balls and a strike for the Braves catcher, Tyler Flowers. He's hit safely in his last 3 games with 5 hits. And it's now 0-2.
Humped up a little bit there, 94. That's about the top end for his fastball. Very simple mechanics, very easy, slow, deliberate windup, very smooth.
This is Zach Greinke's first home start since late June. Remember, he injured an oblique muscle while pitching against the Phillies. 11-4, a .421 earned run average. This is his 21st start. And he just missed.
That start at Boston on August 14th, an inning and 2/3, 10 hits, 9 runs, 3 homers, and he said everything was flat, nothing was moving.
Full count. Right back where it came from and into center field. So Tyler Flowers has the first Atlanta hit. And he is now 2 for 2 against Zach Greinke in his career.
Good at bat, fell behind, got a pitch he could handle. Right over the pitcher's mound.
Runner at first for Jace Peterson, who takes a little low. Lots of news on the internet this afternoon. We've waited to get confirmation of some of that news that Braves country's been chattering about during the early moments of our ball game tonight, and we were just handed an official press release that the Braves, Marlins, and Texas Rangers have completed a 3-way deal. Jeff Francoeur has been traded to the Marlins. The Texas Rangers get 3 international bonus pool slots, and the Braves get a couple of very young minor leaguers, and infielder Dylan Moore from Miami and catcher Matthew Foley from the Texas Rangers. And that's low to Jace Peterson. 3 balls, no strikes. We all know about the Marlins and their need for offense, with Giancarlo Stanton out until sometime in September. And Jeff's had a terrific year with the Braves. You know he can hit left-handers. He'll be a guy that, frankly, Joe's going to get some at-bats, because they've been few and far between since Matt Kemp has come to Atlanta.
Oh, he'll play. With Stanton out, he'll play a lot. Nice pickup for the Marlins. And he will definitely give them some veteran experience too. This kid Dylan Moore that the Braves got from Texas, he had played at 2 different levels this year and played well, and one of them was at High Desert. Now remember, the Braves got another player from High Desert, Demerit.
Yeah, Travis Demerit,
second baseman that hit 25 homers. Well, these 2 guys must have played together a little bit at High Desert, so they got the double play combo from that level of A-ball from the Rangers. Foley is out of Rhode Island College and was a 40th round pick in the 15 draft by the Marlins.
And Moore's out of the University of Central Florida in Orlando and has played every position but catcher. So it's safe to say this has been an emotional day for a lot of the Braves. And I'm sure a bittersweet opportunity for Jeff Francoeur. Nothing like playing at home for your hometown team, but he wasn't playing. And now he has a chance to go to Miami, get some at bats, and maybe help the Marlins get to the postseason. One ball, one strike for Chase Darno. He's the 8th place hitter. No swing.
In that trade, the Rangers got the international slot money from both the Braves and the Marlins.
High fly ball. That's hit toward right, headed toward the corner. But a nice running catch by Haniger will retire the side. Hugs and handshakes for Jeff Francoeur as he's on his way to Miami to join the Marlins. You know he'll look great in orange. And can't wait to catch up with Frenchie a little later in September. We'll have more on the big deal between the Braves, Rangers, and Marlins a little later on tonight. Thousand seats now remain for the last game at Turner Field. Get your ticket to the final game Sunday, October 2nd, and get any other 2016 game for up to 60% off the gate price. Get your seats for the final celebration at Turner Field fast at braves.com/final game. So it's 1-0 Arizona. Owings, Haniger, and Drury are coming up here in the second inning. Wellington Castillo with an RBI double brought home Michael Bourne. Julio Teheran is down 1-0 after his first inning of play tonight. First pitch swing popped up. And a can of corn for Ender Inciarte. He's got it. There's out number one.
A lot of first pitch swings already against Julio. Good start to the inning, though.
So Mitch Haniger's the batter, getting a chance to play in right field because Yasmani Tomas had to come out of the ball game last night with a mid-back problem. Don't know if he's available tonight for Chip Hale and the Diamondbacks. We'll have to wait and see about that. There's some, frankly, who are surprised A.J. Pollock hasn't been activated tonight. He had another hit yesterday. He's hitting over 400 in his rehab work. He's played, I think, 11 games down there.
Double pump there from Tyler Flowers again, like last night when there were so many missed strikes, and Tyler having it out there with David Rackley. Larry Vanover had a rough night. Rackley's off to a slow start from both sides.
1 ball, 1 strike. High fly ball hit toward left, but Kemp's going to get there. And Haniger's retired. 2 outs. That's one thing you love about Tyler Flowers. Same with A.J. Przinsky. He's not going to be afraid to tell you if he thinks there was a missed pitch. And there were far too many of them last night. I think we had 10 missed strikes in the first 4 innings last night. And 18 in total for the game.
Goodness. Man, is that a lot.
And that's not according to Fox Tracks. That's according to Brooks Baseball and the Pitch FX app, which is remarkably accurate. Brandon Drury, 10 homers, 32 RBIs. One of those homers has come against the Braves. And there's a strike. An even count. Fly ball well hit left center. NCRT on the run. He's going to play that off the fence. Brandon Drury with a 2-out double. Second one of those Arizona has had tonight. And they'll clear Zach Greinke, who's no cupcake at the plate either.
That's so far out there, it's hard to tell where the ball's going to hit when it's coming down in center. Another pitch up. This one up and in, and he turned on it beautifully. Big, strong guy. And it just missed that overhang. Ender knows how to play this ballpark. Played it beautifully off the wall.
So Greinke with 10 hits and 41 at bats. That's a .244 batting average. He's knocked in 3 runs.
And only 7 strikeouts and 41 at bats. So it's not a spot in the order where you can relax, especially with a runner in scoring position. 3 hits for the Diamondbacks, all for extra bases, all hit hard.
Zach Greinke's a .220 lifetime hitter with 6 major league home runs. Maybe that's another reason why he signed with the Diamondbacks. He wanted to up his home run totals by pitching and hitting here. And after that big swing, I don't think Greinke feels real good. Remember, he had an oblique problem. And that's the last thing Chip Hale wants to see is Zach Greinke hurt himself at the plate. That's behind the plate foul. No play for Tyler Flowers. Zach Greinke was the #1 pick of the Kansas City Royals in 2002, 6th overall. Then was traded to the Brewers with Yuniesky Betancourt and cash for Lorenzo Cain, Alcides Escobar, Jeremy Jeffress, and Jake Odorizzi.
He's not right. He's squatting down there at the plate before this pitch, trying to stretch something. But that swing at that breaking ball caused him some discomfort.
This one's bounced out to second, and the throw to first in time retires Zach Greinke. We'll check him out during the break and see if he's good to go as we move to the third inning with a 1-0 score. Cox, Saturday, September 17th. The first 20,000 fans get a Bobby Cox carried off bobblehead. It's brought to you by Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines. Go to Braves.com/tickets and get your seats today. So let's see how Zach Greinke feels throwing the baseball. Might have been a little uncomfortable swinging the bat. We'll check it out as Julio Teheran leads off inning number 3. Nothing wrong with that pitch. Strike one.
Julio's also had a good year at the plate. 6 hits, but as important for a pitcher, 8 sacrifice bunts. Leads the team.
Greinke strikes him out. That's number 4. Greinke 1 away from 2,000 now in the strikeout category. And here's Ender Inciarte. Ender bounced out to Paul Goldschmidt his first time up. He's 0 for 12 against Zach Greinke. And a strike. Now he's starting to hit corners.
And getting calls.
Yeah, with that darting fastball. 0-2. In between innings, Tyler Flowers had a long, extended conversation with David Rackley. Started behind home plate and moved out toward the Braves on deck circle. It was never animated, never heated, but I'm sure Tyler was telling Rackley that, hey, Got to call those strikes both ways. Sharply hit and through for a base hit. So a 5-game streak for Ender Inciarte, his first career hit against Greinke. And he represents the tying run. Here's Adonis.
That's 37 out of 41 for Ender to hit safely. And that pitch was up.
Adonis struck out in the 1-2-3 Braves first.
After that bad start in Boston, Greinke bounced back against San Diego, went 7 innings, gave up just 2 runs, and left with a 4-2 lead. And the Diamondbacks lost that game 7-4.
Right back to the mound. Great play. There's one. There's two. Zach Greinke starts a gorgeous double play. Owings darted across the bag, completed the turn, and the Braves are out of luck in inning number 3. 1-0 your score. Their turn against Julio Teheran. Let's take a look at tonight's State Farm instant replay on the double play.
This was DP lane right here, right back to Greinke. Just threw it to the bag and let Owings run to it. Led it perfectly.
And Greinke made that play look very easy. I remember what Paul Bird said a couple of weeks ago back in Atlanta. When a pitcher makes a play from the slope of the mound, it's sometimes a difficult throw to make, either throwing uphill or sometimes throwing downhill to the second base bag. But Greinke made a terrifically accurate throw, and Owings the turn.
That's one of the things that I think helped Greg Maddux win all those Gold Gloves, is that on those comebackers and double play situations, he took his time. He never rushed that throw to second.
Gene Segura flat out on the first pitch of the game from Julio back in the opening inning. A squibber hit to the right side. Jace to his left, throws him out.
That first 9 that Julio faced, he did give up a run, gave up some extra base hits, made a couple of mistakes with his location, but he wasn't overly taxed on pitch count. You see he's got 1 out here in the 3rd with only 32 pitches. It helped that they were going after the first pitch a lot too.
Off-speed pitch, a beauty. Michael Bourne took it, strike 1. A base hit toward left center for Michael Bourne. And Ciarte got to it quickly, overshot everybody. But Freeman up the line, able to handle that errant throw. Bourne's 2 for 2.
And Julio mad about, again, location. Fast runner, Ender quickly got it in. He can get a double play.
That would require Goldschmidt to make contact. He didn't do that his first time up. Julio struck him out on 3 pitches. Goldschmidt second on their club in double plays with 12. Yasmani Tomas has hit to 16 twin killings. And 1 ball, no strikes for the Diamondbacks first baseman. Goldschmidt has 27 doubles. He has 19 stolen bases and he has 19 home runs. He's trying to join Jeff Bagwell and Ryan Klesko as the only first baseman to have 20 or more homers, 20 or more doubles, and 20 or more steals in consecutive years.
Something about big Ryan Klesko that you don't always think of.
Arizona's been stealing a lot of bases. They have 30 in the month of August. 1-1 pitch. He's going. And Goldschmidt skies it foul.
Sometimes you can see those runners over there leaning out over their right foot a little bit, trying to get that good jump. I think for Michael there, you could watch his left shoulder. He was already ready to cross over and already beginning to move his upper body to the right before he went to second.
Let's see if he's going again. Not this time, as that one's under the D-backs script of Paul Goldschmidt. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Goldschmidt's one of those guys that's so big and strong. He just makes the bat look very small and light, feathery. Spoiled a good one there.
Goldschmidt grew up in Texas, was a huge Astros fan, loved Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio.
Wasn't he like wasn't he like an 8th round pick?
He was a 10th round pick. Yeah, good call.
That's a steal.
Two balls, two strikes. Up and in. It's a full count.
You know, when he was drafted a few years ago, remember we've had this chat about great big guys, whether it was Adams in St. Louis, Trumbo, others, that they didn't appear to be athletic enough. So they were like only one position they could play. And sometimes for an American League team, that would just be DH. So they didn't get drafted very high.
Little bloop behind the first base bag is going to get down, and Bourne's on his way to third. Arizona's got him at the corners with only one out.
And we also talked about how they were, because of the lack of power now in baseball, these types of guys are going to be a lot more in demand, especially when you're strong enough to do this on a pitch riding up and in on you. You just dump it out there. That's the second time he's done that in this series.
So Castillo drove home the first run of the game. He's back in the box with men at the corners and one out.
Good start of that at bat. Double play still in order. Castillo doesn't run well. Need a grounder.
Runner at first, Goldschmidt is running. Flowers' throw is going to be late. So Goldschmidt has his 20th steal. And the 31st stolen base for the Diamondbacks this month.
That's team record. Got a huge jump on a high leg kick from Julio. Good throw by Tyler.
So it is a record for the Snakes, and now an 0-2 count.
Wasn't that close, was it? Close to his elbow.
Let's see what that sets up. A base hit to left on a 1-2 pitch. One run scores. Here comes Goldschmidt chugging around third. It's 3-0. That's how you answer a brushback pitch. And Castillo's having a big year against the Braves. He's knocked in all 3 runs tonight, and 9 of his 50 RBIs have come against Atlanta.
Well, it was down, and he got the ground ball he wanted, but not at anyone.
So Jake Lamb, the batter. Lamb struck out in the opening inning. Three straight singles for the Diamondbacks here in the inning. And for Julio, in his last 8 1/3 innings, excuse me, 7 1/3 innings, 6 runs, 12 hits.
So that would encompass the 2 starts since the DL, correct?
Well, the Washington start and this one.
Yeah.
So yes. 0-2 pitch. And downstairs. I think that's going to be the big challenge for the Braves here in this final week of August and going into September. Somebody's got to help stabilize the rotation somehow, some way.
Yeah, you need that stopper.
Just one day, one day a week. Somebody take it 7 innings. Now, when rosters expand in September, you're going to have some more arms. I don't know how fresh they'll be because they've been pitching too. But you're just not going to win many games when your starter's going 5 or 5 1/3 every single night. That's what we've seen. It's the same game by a different man almost every night. Bounce to the right side. The Braves will get the lead runner. Castillo is an easy out at second, 2 away, and lands aboard with 2 outs in the inning. And this is what we're talking about. Last 20 games with an offense that's been scoring over 5 runs a game. Braves starters are averaging over 6 runs allowed. That's how you lose 11-20.
Yeah, and I didn't even mention earlier when we showed this graphic, 4.1 walks per 9 innings, extra base runners, extra pitches, longer innings.
Owings bunts it. And Tyler Flowers from behind the plate is there to make the play. And that ends the inning. 2 runs on 3 singles and a stolen base. 3-0 Arizona behind Zach Greinke. Last night's game, Joe told me and the rest of the crew to go take a hike, so we took him quite literally. We made our way atop Camelback Mountain. Beautiful day. Saw some wildlife.
And that's a trail?
That is, well, yes, manner of speaking. And we worked hard, man. But the hike got off to a little bit of a scary start. About 15 feet onto the trailhead. Lo and behold, we look down to our right, and there's about a 6-foot-long rattlesnake just sitting there all coiled up under a bush. And that was enough to make Braves radio reporter Kevin McAlpin scurry for home. He was out, gone.
Did you say scream like a girl, or do you say scurry?
Either way.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing with Kevin, isn't it? But if you have not been to Phoenix and you are planning to come out here, that is a great workout. It's a beautiful view of Paradise Valley, downtown Phoenix. Piestoa Peak, formerly known as Squaw Peak, here in Phoenix. And a great way to brainwash yourself into thinking that it's okay to go have breakfast and a big giant stack of pancakes, which is what some of our crew decided was a good idea after the hike.
It's quite a workout, it looked like.
2 balls, 1 strike for Freddie Freeman. Greinke with a little more breathing room as that one's whistled foul. And Freddie now a 2-2 count. Talked a lot about how well Freddie's swinging the bat in every ballpark of late. That's especially true here in Phoenix. He entered tonight's game with a .408 lifetime average in this ballpark. And I bring that up as Freddie swings and misses. And that is number 2,000 for Zack Greinke. Against Freddie Freeman, he's now the 77th man in history to reach that milestone. And that baseball will head for his trophy case.
You'll be happy to write Freddie Freeman on there too, especially in light of what Freddie has done in this series and how hot he's been swinging the bat. Congratulations to Greinke. That's a pretty good list there with Catfish Hunter in his sights. Boy, how good was he? Catfish. He was fun to watch.
And probably not a whole lot of fun to hit against.
Well, he just had good stuff. You know, he wasn't overpowering. He just make the ball do things, kind of like Greg Maddux, do whatever he wanted it to do, move whichever direction he wanted, change speeds.
Fly ball center. Michael Bourne is there, makes the play. Back to the Freddie Freeman story. Freddie and his lovely wife Chelsea are expecting their first baby. Now, you know, and remember, Chipper Jones had such great luck hitting in New York at old Shea Stadium. I wonder if Freddie and Chelsea would consider the name Chase for their baby.
I thought you were going to say Catfish. I think Catfish Freeman would work too.
Either one's fine. So we're just throwing that out there. As Nick Markakis is the hitter. Nick struck out looking in the second. I think he's given up 2 hits, nothing else. Ball, no strikes for another Brave who's enjoyed hitting in this park. In fact, there are a couple of them. Certainly you'd understand Ender Inciarte, former Brave, but how about Nick Markakis on our Zaxby's indescribably good play.
Good numbers all. Ender with a lot of at bats here from his days as a D-back. Think about 2,000 strikeouts. That's so many. John Smoltz struck out over 3,000. And I think Nolan Ryan with the record is over 5,000.
That's correct.
God.
Two balls and a strike. And the way Nolan Ryan did it is would be so shocking to fans of this modern example of the game. I mean, Nolan Ryan would throw 140, 150, 160 pitches if he needed to, and would still throw 98, 99 miles an hour. Not anymore in this game. As Greinke ready for a 3-1 count, delivers a strike.
Right there racked up a lot of strikeouts, especially in postseason. Boy, was he good. Dave Stewart.
Current Diamondbacks general manager. Now the 3-2 pitch. He is rolled toward first. Goldschmidt's got it at the bag. And Greinke breezes through the 4th inning. He picks up a milestone strikeout. Number 2,000 in the big leagues. It was Freddie Freeman, and it's 3-0.
Your local Ford dealer. And Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Beautiful night in Phoenix, 3-0 Arizona. Zach Greinke throwing a 2-hit shutout. He's picked up his 2,000th big league strikeout. And now Julio Teheran will face him third in the Arizona 4th. Diamondbacks got a first inning run, 2 more across in the 3rd. And it'll be Haniger, Drury, and Greinke coming up. All 3 of Julio's wins have come on the road. The Braves offense will have to come to life against a man riding an 8-1 run in rotation for the Snakes tonight. Haniger flied out to left to start his night at the plate. And a strike. There's a good pitch. Called a strike. It's 1-2.
Do you like this ballpark?
Yes and no. I know I'm not trying to be politically correct. Yes, because I like the roof. It's an obvious necessity. It's got a great press box. Our view's terrific. Great sight lines. Fans are friendly here. It's a little busy for me. If they could put an advertisement on the base paths, they would. But it certainly is unique. With the swimming pool, big scoreboard, and when the Diamondbacks are playing good baseball and the roof is closed and they've got 35,000-40,000 people in here, it gets loud.
It's about to get loud out of that Braves dugout. David Rackley's strike zone doesn't come back into fold. Julio had to do a walk around. And he's working out of the stretch.
Interesting.
Notice that.
Ground ball to short. Darno's got it. He'll glove, grab, and gun to first in time. That takes care of Henniger. And one man down.
I like it. And I'm not sure I was real crazy about it at first when it opened. But the roof is an awesome thing here, and they needed it. But I like it. I like the fact that it's gigantic out in deep left center and right center. And even though the ball travels well here down the lines and to straightaway left and right, and it's a little bit boxy to straightaway left and right. I like it.
And it seems like it's a fair park too. I mean, it's not impossible to get outs in this place. You can get some outs at the 413 signs, straightaway center as well. We're talking to some of the Braves about how much they love the hitter's background here.
Yeah, we had an angle a minute ago. This one from right behind home plate from the RoboCam, and you see all that dark area of the batter's eye, so you're able to see the ball come out of the pitcher's hand very clearly. There's no advertising to get in the way. It's interesting to me that this infield appears to be real hard and the ball really shoots through the infield, but they've got an area that looks like a sand trap on a golf course right in front of home plate.
Yeah,
to try to diffuse it a little bit.
Years ago, and I'm not sure if that has changed here in Phoenix, but that was one of the concerns that they had in the early days of this ballpark. Late 90s, early 2000s, they really were concerned about how well they'd be able to grow the grass here because it's so hot. The grass would just burn up, and they'd have to close the roof and then put in grass roots and grow effectively. In fact, they have mid-season restockings in some of the areas where even when the roof is open, not enough sunlight would help.
back on this Chevy Camaro.
Braves, Diamondbacks, tomorrow at 9 on Fox Sports Southeast.
The Braves trail 3-0 as we head to the 5th inning. Tyler Flowers set to lead off this inning. He is fresh off the DL from a broken hand, and you can see he does have a new addition to his batting glove to help protect him. He tells me that it's made out of a cast material similar to what you would have if you broke your arm or your leg, and that it's a separate piece form-fitted specifically for him that he can move on and off onto different batting gloves. And he says he's been using it since he's been swinging again. It's fairly common, just some extra protection for him so he doesn't get hurt there again.
That looks like it'd be a lot more comfortable than that other big gadget guys used to wear, Kelsey, that sat up a couple of inches above the back of their hand.
Yeah, Jeff Bagwell comes to mind immediately.
Omar Infante.
A little pop headed for the Braves dugout. Now to play. Strike one to Tyler Flowers. You guys have equipment like that in your day? Much protection, like not for your hands. Shin guards you've mentioned, right?
Sure. They didn't fit.
Little pop. Goldschmidt down the line in foul ground, makes a nice running catch, one away. They didn't fit.
Well, they were more like forearm shiver pads in football that you just kind of figured out a way to make them work on your leg. Nothing like what they make now that look like catcher's shin guards that have been cut down to just fit the bottom of your leg and foot.
Yes, you couldn't go to your local Academy Sports and Outdoors and pick out your hand protection, elbow guard, top of the shoe guard, shin guard, and go get them.
Trust me, I would have. I'd have had it all over me.
Right. Chase Peterson walked, one of 3 base runners for the Braves today. Greinke is pitching the way the Diamondbacks envisioned him pitching from the opening bell here tonight. He got 3 early runs against Tehran, and Braves have scratched just 2 singles. Miami won today 3-0. They beat Kansas City. Nice rebound for the Marlins, who were beaten 1-0 by the Royals last night. That Miami win snaps Kansas City's 9-game winning streak. Boy, the Royals have been playing great, and they're trying to scratch and claw their way back into not only playoff consideration, but maybe the division too.
Yeah, Cleveland lost again at Oakland.
Royals 7.5 out in the Central. As Peterson awaits 2-2 and fouls it away.
See, if you've been watching Greinke tonight, again, it's mostly fastballs and changeups with an occasional breaking ball mixed in there. He moves the speed of his fastball from 91 to 94. He throws this changeup, sometimes 88, 89, and another changeup that's slower.
Didn't get the corner called. Full count. So with those 2 pitches, he creates 4 at the very least.
Yeah, and he commands, especially the fastball and changeups, he can command them almost at will.
Peterson walks. There's a start to the inning. It comes with 1 out. And Greinke will go back to the stretch with Chase Darno coming up.
It's interesting that graph you were talking about last night, that with the umpires' calls.
Yes.
Larry Vanover had missed 10 early on. That tonight, that same graph on David Rackley, he hasn't missed any pitches against left-handed hitters. And already with right-handed hitters up there,
There have been 5 misses according to this graph.
Well, we'll take a few more with the Braves in the batter's box, won't we?
Yeah. If you told that to both pitchers, both their reactions would go, 5? What do you mean 5?
Get that guy some glasses back there, right?
More like 10.
And we're only pointing it out because it was so noticeable last night. Larry Vanover's a terrific umpire. I think the statistics would show that, like a player, like a broadcaster, like anybody else in their walk of life, sometimes they have an off day. But from the Braves' perspective, all's well that ended well. Braves got the W.
Yeah, Larry's a good umpire. Just had a tough night.
All of a sudden, Greinke can't find the strike zone, and he slapped his right leg in frustration as he's fallen behind 3 balls and a strike. $15,376 the official paid attendance tonight.
And some Braves fans in the house.
Full count. Greinke's worked very deliberately in this inning. Let's see if the Braves send Peterson here with 1 out. He's going, and it's ball 4. First and second for Julio Teheran with 1 man out.
Well, if there's a positive about it for Greinke, he's walking the people at the bottom of the order with the pitcher coming up and not having to deal with the middle of the lineup yet. Julio will have a chat with Bo Porter to talk about the possibility of a bunt.
Three walks for Greinke tonight, matches his season high. He has had 7 3-ball counts in the game's first 4 innings and a third. So let's make him pay for that. Still a manageable game. It's 3-0 Arizona. The Braves are batting in the 5th.
He hasn't thrown many breaking balls, but he threw one there as much as anything just to see if he was really bunting. I think Julio made that clear when he squared around and showed him the bunt early. Did it look like Goldschmidt yelled to him to step off?
Mm-hmm. Maybe to remind Zach he wasn't playing at the bag.
Yeah.
Julio was bailing on that bunt try, and he's quickly behind 0-2.
Yeah, and he's a terrific bunter. Julio didn't have much of a chance his first time up, leading off the third inning. Struck out on some breaking stuff. See if he gives it one more shot here. Get it down.
Two fast runners aboard for Julio Teheran. Chase Peterson at second, Chase Darno at first, and now the count's 1-2. He got it down with 2 strikes. That's an excellent sacrifice, and the top of the order can do some damage now with 2 outs.
His 9th sacrifice of the year, and a beauty with 2 strikes. So Ender, who's had a good series here against his old mates, has a chance to do some damage and get the Braves on the board.
First career hit for Inciarte against Zach Greinke. A hit could make it a 1-run game. How about that pitch?
And he had a great arm action on it too. An occasional curveball. Bit of a lollipop.
Base hit down the left field line's going to make it a 1-run game. Ender Inciarte has 2. Big turn there. He'll stop. A line drive right down the third base line. And the Teheran sacrifice helps the Atlanta cause. We got a ball game all of a sudden. It's 3-2.
Slow curve, and then what looked like a fastball away, and he went with it. But it was up. Gave him a chance to put the barrel on it. Right over the bag.
Ender Inciarte is 5 for 11 now in this series. Great work against his former club. And now Adonis Garcia is the batter. He is struck out, and he's hit into a double play. So new life for Atlanta, 3-2 now. Greinke gave up 2 runs in 7 innings last time out against the Padres. The Braves have touched him for 2 2-out runs here. Had a bouncing ball, fouled at third again. 0-2. Last 4 games, one reason why the Braves are scoring on average 5 runs a night. They're cashing in run scoring opportunities. The Braves have 16 hits in their last 48 tries with a runner in scoring position, and they've driven in 23 runs in those 48 at bats.
Whip makes life a lot easier, doesn't it?
Yep. And Adonis likes that high fastball, doesn't he?
Well, no shutout tonight for either one of these guys, but both of these pitchers have a complete game shutout to their credit. Julio Teheran at New York against the Mets, 9 innings, a 1-hit shutout, you might remember. No walks, 7 strikeouts. For Greinke, his was June 7th. 3-hitter against Tampa Bay.
Lamb at third, backs up, slipped a bit as he made the grab.
I was told that he was greeted by chants of "You demand" by his Rangers teammates when he returned to the dugout. Back to you.
That was awesome, Jerome. I love that.
And he has been the man. 6 straight quality starts for Yu Darvish starting play tonight. He cooled off arguably the hottest team in the National League, the Reds. You know, the Reds are 22-15 now since the All-Star break.
Yeah, Reds and Joey Votto.
Yeah.
All right. Well, 2 runs so far for Julio tonight out of his normal 2.8.
But it's not enough. Let's see if Julio can do his part and hold down the Diamondbacks. He's got the top of the order. Segura, Bourne, and Goldschmidt coming up. 2 runs across on an Ender Inciarte double down the third base line.
Every time I see Ender's necklace, I think he's got his headphones on there, you know, his earbuds around his neck.
That's probably coming next.
Oh, it will be. You know, walk-up music will take on a whole new look.
You know what? I'd prefer it if they had their headbuds to some of the stuff they walk up to now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. High fly ball, deep left field. Kemp is not going to get that. Gene Segura with a solo home run. And with 1 swing of the bat. That's a milestone hit.
Hanging breaking ball, his 12th homer of the year. It went a mile. It's the first home run allowed by Julio in his last 5 starts and 5 innings.
A 428-foot no-doubter. And for Segura, a career-high tying 50th RBI and 12 home runs, which is more home runs than he's hit the last 2 years combined.
No doubter. Shutdown inning needed. He took care of that right away.
Michael a little late. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Nice changeup.
To Arizona now. Nobody out in their half of the 5th. That's off to our left. Full count. And Michael goes down swinging. That ends his perfect night. For Julio, that is his 3rd strikeout and his first since the 1st.
A couple of off-speed pitches got born here, including a strike 3 swing. It's interesting watching Goldschmidt hit. I mean, it's a unique way in how he holds the bat, almost pointed straight down behind his back. But to get it in a more customary hitting position, he does it a lot with his upper body when his upper body starts tilting over the plate.
Ooh. That was a close call.
Yeah.
Line drive to center. Second hit for Goldschmidt.
Doesn't move that front foot, no stride. So as soon as he puts that left heel down, it's all about his hands and strength. And man, can he swing that bat. Great bat speed. Julio's done a good job tonight of pitching inside. He's kept him honest all night. And it hasn't had much effect on how they still are hanging over the plate.
Runner goes and hammered foul. Goldschmidt awaits confirmation that the ball was foul, so he'll head back to first. Big night for Castillo. The Arizona catcher has doubled, singled, and has driven home 3 of their 4 runs. And it's the 1, 2, 3 hitters that have done the damage again tonight. Fly ball hit toward Kemp in left. And that is there, 2 down. So Segura's home run starts the inning. Bourne strikes out, Goldschmidt a single, Castillo flies out. And here's Jake Lamb, who's hitless, as you see. Interesting game last night in that with all those runs scored, there wasn't a home run hit. It's only the 6th game in this ballpark this season in which neither club hit the ball over the fence.
Is that right? 6 games. Man.
One ball, no strikes. The Cubs won again today. They beat San Diego 6-3. The Cardinals just polished off the Mets 8-1. That was Jacob deGrom and Carlos Martinez squaring off tonight.
That was too bad about Jonathan Neese hurting his knee in just 2/3 of an inning last night. Forced the Mets bullpen to pitch a lot of innings, but they were able to persevere and win the game.
2 balls, no strikes. Carlos Martinez, 8 innings of 1 run, 4-hit baseball tonight. Jacob deGrom, check out this line. 4 2/3 innings, 12 hits, 5 runs, 3 homers. And his mark now 7-7.
Goodness.
Not the same pitcher we saw last year. Pitched so brilliantly for New York. Again, Goldschmidt runs and a high towering fly ball deep right. Markakis to the fence. He's not going to get it. Chop to right caps a 3-run inning for Arizona. They now lead it 6-2.
And a guy who's been struggling mightily. Shows you what kind of swing he put together in the first half. He's had a pretty good series. And now a real good series. Nice catch.
Second home run of the inning for Arizona. Here's Chris Owings. 1 in the first, 2 in the third, 3 in the fifth.
And the 3 in the fifth, right after the Braves had gotten back within a run. Matt Whistler, who was supposed to pitch tonight in Gwinnett, instead will pitch tomorrow night for the Atlanta Braves as he returns to the big leagues and hopes to restore some order to the rotation.
Two and two. Yeah, the Braves had a 3-week stretch or so when Julio got hurt. And not a single member of their starting rotation was on the opening day roster. That's almost unheard of. Two balls, 2 strikes. popped up. And Ender Inciarte is there, and that retires the side. A couple of
Log on to girlsontherun.org.
6-2 as we head to the 6th inning, and we're going to commence our Where There's Food, There's Kelsey segment with the Triple Play Sundae. 2 pounds, 15 ingredients, 3 scoops of different ice cream, 2 brownies, 2 waffles, $25, and 3,500 calories. So obviously, you know, I had to get one hand-delivered down here for me, and this thing is unbelievable. I could get some, like, bicep curls in, guys, up there, but, you know, my producer, Gretchen Caney, told me I have 3 innings to complete this mission of finishing the Triple Play Sundae. So I'm gonna try to go in for the first one. And you'll always make fun of me for a small bite, so this is a decent bite.
If you can't finish it, Kelsey, I know an old boy up here that'll probably help you out.
Okay. I'm gonna get 10 spoons for everybody down here in the camera well with me.
Now I've got a couple questions, Kelsey.
Okay.
What are the flavors of the ice cream? That's first.
Chocolate, strawberry, vanilla.
Okay, so it's pretty standard fare.
Yeah, yeah. The brownies are good.
Okay, brownies are good. That's one of the, how many, 12 toppings you said?
Yes.
Okay.
3,500 calories. That's like two or 3 days of intake. Unbelievable.
Well, you've got 3 innings or 4 hours, whichever comes first.
Yes, exactly right. Now,
I'm 2 bites in.
The most important question is, do you think you will be able to expense that?
I hope so. I hope so. The Diamondbacks hand-delivered it to me down here, though, which was very nice of them.
Yeah. Well, I would tell you a couple things. As Freddie hits this one to left, I'd be very careful. You have an Arizona Diamondbacks helmet standing down by the Braves.
I know. It's on the edge of there.
Okay, point that away from the dugout.
Yeah. Away.
And make sure Eddie Perez doesn't see it, because he might.
He already did try to get some of it, actually.
Really?
Yeah, he put his finger in the chocolate ice cream.
Oh.
He did. He did do that.
Look at that. Triple Play Sundae.
For a mere $25.
$15 ingredients, 2+ pounds, 3,540 estimated calories. And according to an article written about one of the new Arizona food items, quote, good luck trying to put the Triple Play Sundae down yourself. It's something that's going to require teamwork. So Kelsey, go get them. We'll check back in with you periodically as Matt Kemp is up with 1 out. Don't put it down. You're not. No. Not allowed. Thank you. Camera never blinks. 1 ball, 1 strike. Could you hear what my dad would say if someone tried to hand that to him?
I can hear him now. All right.
Well, that's one of the things he might have said. Huh. It's too sweet. That'll come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
We had a chance to sample some of the Turner Field menu items this year. As this one's rifled over Segura's head. He was in the shift. And Matt Kemp has a one-out single. Matt's aboard for the first time tonight. I had a personal liking of the burger pizza, believe it or not. It was excellent.
Good. 9 straight for Kemp. 4 for 10 in the series.
Just got to keep pecking away here at Zach Greinke and see if he can make a mistake or two. It's only 4 hits allowed tonight. As Greinke trying to beat the Braves for a 3rd time in his career. The pitch. Greinke lifetime 153 wins, 97 losses. He's 56 games above 500. And this is his 5th big league team. Fly ball hammered toward right center field. That one's hit deep. That one is off the fence. Kemp's going to be green lighted around 3rd. Segura's throw to the plate is going to be off target and backed up by Greinke. Nick Markakis with a double chases Matt Kemp home from first base. It's now a 6-3 game.
And another double for Nick and for the Braves. Fastball down the middle. You know, I was watching Matt Kemp, and he never looked. I think he thought this was a home run for sure, and it hit at the bottom of the fence. He never looked to make sure it dropped fair. I mean, dropped and wasn't caught. He was running the whole time.
So 32 doubles for Markakis, 71 RBIs. And Mike Butcher, the Arizona pitching coach, is out to talk to Greinke, who's approaching 100 pitches, and there is action in the Arizona bullpen. It's Randall Delgado, former Brave.
Pitched a good inning here last night. 71 RBIs for Markakis.
So let's keep the inning rolling. Back-to-back hits after a fly out for Freddie Freeman. And Tyler Flowers, the batter, he's 1 for 2. And he strokes one to left. That's going to get down for a hit. Markakis is going to score without a play. It's 6-4. 3 straight Atlanta hits.
And Tyler's had a good series. He picked on that lollipop curveball. Stayed back beautifully on it. 24 RBIs for Tyler.
And a 5 for 11 run at the plate. Well, neither the Braves nor the Diamondbacks have set the world on fire as far as quality starts are concerned. Braves have given Julio Teheran 4 runs. They need 2 more to get this thing tied. As Jace Peterson's the batter. Back to the mound. Greinke gloves. The flip to second one, and Peterson beat the ramp at first. Nice reaction play by Greinke to slow that ball down, but after he was forced to chase it down, that gave Peterson enough time to make it to first base. So Flowers forced out. 2 are out in the inning.
Greinke was a shortstop in high school and a darn good one. His reactions show there as he knocked that down. But the 2 aces of their respective staffs for Greinke and Tehran have been 2 homers hit, 4 doubles, a triple, 15 hits and 10 runs, and we're in the 6th inning.
Darno with 2 outs. And he jumps on the first pitch and flies to center. Michael Bourne is there, and the
do this for you, or you don't do it at all.
Give me the ball.
Pitch premieres next month on Fox. Atlanta Braves baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day.
Back in Phoenix, 6-4. Braves are trying to claw their way back into this game against Zach Greinke. 2 runs in the 5th and 6th innings. Julio Tehran will face the bottom part of the lineup here in the 6th inning. His spot's due leading off the 7th, so I would assume this will be his last frame. Let's see if he can finish with a bang tonight.
And another shutdown inning needed here. Even if it is his last inning, get your offense back up there.
Haniger, Drury, and Zach Greinke are the hitters. And a shot up the middle. Peterson couldn't get it behind the bag. So on the first pitch, Mitch Haniger leads off with a single to center. And Brandon Drury's coming up.
Bell tie. Chase trying to flag it down because he was playing up the middle, but was giving ground on it all the way.
Well, let's see if Drury can oblige with a double play. Ricky Weeks Jr.'s on deck. and out of play. 0-2. Younginer on the left, Kroll on the right.
Neither one of those gentlemen pitched last night. Good pitchers count. See if you can use that count to your favor for a ground ball. Or, of course, a strikeout.
Double play ball. There's one. There's two. That's exactly what Julio Teheran needed. Weeks will be called back. Base is empty now, 2 outs.
Phil Gosselin instead.
Number 15.
Phil was mad last night. Had a runner at third base and struck out with less than 2 outs. See if Julio can get him and get the offense back to work. Greinke 6 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Two good pitches back-to-back for Teheran. Gatto will be the next Arizona pitcher. The 1-2. Ripped into left. Kemp has to play it on a hop.
Hanging slider. Ahead of the count. Wanted it down and away, and it was a hanger up and in.
So much mislocation in this
So
series.
many mistakes.
Yeah. That prolongs the inning. A dangerous man is up there. Segura hit a home run last time up. And for a Diamondbacks franchise that has seen a lot of things go wrong this year, Segura has been a terrific find. He's our Academy Sports leaderboard.
Most hits in the National League. Corey Seager, not only a Rookie of the Year candidate, but an MVP candidate as well. Second.
One-0 pitch. Letter high strike. It's even. Well, Julio's gone through the Diamondbacks lineup 3 times. He's had 1-1-2-3 inning. He has not walked a man, and he has struck out 3. 2 homers have made life tough for him. Those homers came in the 5th. A 3-run uprising for Arizona. And that's the difference in the game. As that one buzzed the tower inside. 2 balls and a strike. Runner goes, and out of play, foul, 2-2. That's fouled past Matt Williams, the Diamondbacks third base coach.
There was a time where Matt would have scooped that up.
Yeah.
Gold Glover.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Again, the runner goes. Swing and a miss. And Tehran finishes.
Download Fox Sports Go today.
Julio Tehran and Zach Greinke, just one of the stories tonight in Phoenix. If you're just joining us, earlier today the Braves pulled off a big trade and somewhat a surprising deal in that Jeff Francoeur, who'd been such a big part of this ball club, was traded to the Miami Marlins, a 3-team deal that's somewhat complicated, but there you see the principles.
And the Braves got 2 minor league players, 24-year-old Dylan Moore, who was at 2 stops in A-ball in the Rangers organization, 14 homers, 59 RBIs, good numbers there. And 22-year-old Matthew Foley, a catcher who was drafted in the 2015 draft by Miami and Batavia and the Gulf Coast League Marlins. There are his numbers in just 14 games.
And we're going to miss Frenchie. There's no mistaking that. But as we said, with the acquisition of Matt Kemp, at-bats for Jeff in this very crowded Atlanta outfield were few and far between, and he's going to get a chance to play in Miami, and he'll try to help the Marlins make postseason play this year. So we wish Jeff well, and that doesn't mean that the Braves might not want to bring him back next year, but we'll have to wait and see. As Randall Delgado, a former Brave, faces Dansby Swanson, a former Diamondback farmhand. Swanson pinch hitting for Julio Teheran, with the Braves down 6-4.
Delgado an inning of work last night. 3 up, 3 down, 2 fly ball outs and a ground out. Dansby a good night last night. 2 hits and a sac fly.
But he didn't get that 94-mile-an-hour pitch. He strikes out. That's how the 7th begins for Delgado. And now the top of the order, Ender Inciarte. 2 more hits for Ender, including a 2-run double off Zach Greinke in the 5th inning. Inciarte didn't get it. Strike 1. A bunt try. Pretty bunt. And the throw to first is way late. No chance for Lamb. Ender Inciarte, a 3-hit game. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate.
Boy, he disguised that. Turned late. Good bunt. Really caught Lamb and Delgado by surprise. They weren't expecting that at all.
That's 10 infield hits for Inciarte among players still on the roster. That's more than anyone else. And he has his 4th 3-hit game. So a little more pressure for Randall Delgado. We mentioned earlier in the series the Diamondbacks bullpen has had its fair share of problems. Let's see if they have a few more here in the final 3 innings.
Delgado's fastball's straight, and if he throws one straight and up a little bit in the zone, be a nice thing for Adonis.
Tied him up. Only one other game still in progress. That's the one between the Giants and Dodgers. 1-0 LA in the 7th. Here it's 6-4 Arizona in the 7th. That game with the Dodgers and Giants, an interesting one for LA. Rich Hill is making his Dodgers debut tonight. Remember, they got him at the deadline. But Hill has been sidelined with blister problems. One ball, one strike.
Is that from hiking up Camelback Mountain?
Could be.
Blisters?
Could be. The Giants have been an enigma. 24 games over 500 at the All-Star break. They're 11-24 since. And now 2 games behind LA out west. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Garcia didn't get that. Where was this pitch?
Well, he had a fast swing at what he thought was a fastball, but it was a changeup. So he was way out in front. That big swing played right into the changeup's plans there for Delgado.
So Freddie Freeman is coming up.
Objectives. See how working with PNC can help your company grow at pnc.com/ideas.
Atlanta Braves baseball is sponsored by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. The Georgia Lottery and Zaxby's Indescribably Good.
6-4 Arizona. The Braves batting and threatening here in the 7th inning. Freddie Freeman is on to face lefty Steve Hathaway.
Fastball curveball from Hathaway. He faced Freddie a couple of nights ago, got him to ground to second.
Hathaway's the kid from Cambridge, Mass.
Freddie's the right man, right place for the Braves, the way he's been swinging. Missed with the fastball, missed with the curve.
Oh, good cut.
Let it get on him just a little bit too much. This guy's slow, fidgety.
Two balls and a strike. Sharply hit, that got the umpire, and it ricochets into left field. Everybody's safe,
But Alfonso Marquez got absolutely smoked with a wicked line drive off the bat of Freddie Freeman, and he tried to get out of the way, and that ball just followed him.
I hope it got him more in the hip than in the back. He's pointing to the side, almost like high on the hip. Oh. Hate to say it, that was going to be a break for Atlanta because it was going right to Segura. I guess that was Lamb playing there. That'll need some ice.
That's an infield hit for Freeman. The umpires are in play. And a fortunate break for Freddie Freeman. As the Braves now have 2 on, 2 out. Remember, Chip Hale set up the lefty-lefty matchup. Just an unfortunate break for him because Marquez got in the way of the line drive. So Hale's going to go to his bullpen. Hathaway's going to be taken down after not retiring Freeman.
Win up to $1.15 million. Play the Metals family of scratchers. New from the Georgia Lottery.
Grandparents' Day at Turner Field is Sunday, September 11th. Your ticket package includes a game ticket, commemorative hat, and a pregame parade around the field. Go to Braves.com/grandparents. Crazy happenings here in the Braves' 7th inning. A bunt single by Inciarte, a strikeout for Adonis Garcia. Freeman hits a line drive off the hip of Alfonso Marquez. And now Daniel Hudson's going to come on and face Matt Kemp with the Braves within 1 home run of taking the lead in this game.
It's funny, he came in relief of Hathaway Monday night. Faced Tyler Flowers and got him to fly to center, but it was to deep center, as I recall. Throws hard, upper 90s, slider and a change. Tough customer.
And back-to-back seasons with Tommy John surgeries for Daniel Hudson. Pretty remarkable. Can the Braves come back tonight? They're down 6-4. We're in the 7th. And the first slings up there high. 1 ball, no strikes.
Arizona bullpen that has had its share of problems. Hudson has not been part of those lately. 9 straight scoreless outings. He's almost been a righty specialist. He's only thrown 6 2/3 innings in those 9 outings. 1-1 pitch off the plate. If Kemp can reach, you've got Nick Markakis on deck, and you might see another pitching change. That's the beauty of how the Braves lineup is stacked up. You can really force the manager to some switches. Double steal try, but the ball's fouled away by Kemp. 2-2.
That looked like a pretty good jump by both guys. If you're the trailing runner, you got to pay attention. You got to keep your eye on the lead runner. If he goes, you go.
They'll be going now. Full count for Kemp. Markakis on deck. You know how productive Nick has been with 2 outs this summer. Not to his at bat yet.
See what Hudson throws here. He's got a good slider, and he got him to chase early in the count, but he really can't afford to walk him.
Foul away.
When in doubt, go to 95.
Another full count pitch for Matt Kemp. Swing and a miss. And Hudson got his man. He preserves a 2-run lead. We head to the 7th inning stretch.
It's gotta be D's.
Well, that's the retired number of number 51, Randy Johnson with the Diamondbacks. And he's the subject of our Here's to 20 Years feature presented by Synovus, the Bank of Here. Let's go to Turner Field, May 18th, 2004. On his way to the Hall of Fame, 40-year-old Randy Johnson tossed Major League Baseball's 17th perfect game, 117 pitches, 87 strikes, 13 strikeouts.
Robbie Hammock is catcher. play package. About the only contact made was pretty solid contact from Mark DeRosa, that drive to right field.
Randy Johnson ended his career with 303 wins.
He had a few strikeouts too.
Second most in history. 4,875, as you see Ian Kroll. And Randy Johnson, who pitched with Seattle, the Yankees, Houston, won 118 of his 303 games here with the Diamondbacks, and had a career 283 earned run average.
Won most of his Cy Youngs here too, didn't he? All of his Cy Youngs.
4 of them from 1999 through 2002. Yep, all here. His best season, 2002. 24-5, a 2.32 ERA, 8 complete games, 334 strikeouts in 260 innings.
334.
Yep.
260-some innings.
260 right on the button.
Gosh, I don't know why they didn't shut him down early. You know, it's a lot of innings coming off a World Championship year.
Right. The 2-2 pitch.
Did he ever pitch in the big leagues for Montreal?
I think he did. I think he did. Because you were with the Mariners when Seattle got him from the Expos, right?
Yeah, from Mark Langston.
That's hammered toward the gap in right center. Will the park hold it? Yes, it will. Michael Bourne is on his way to third base. He's going to have his second triple in this game.
About a week ago or so, Ben Revere had 2 triples in one game against the Braves. This was a big hook. Stayed on it nicely from Cole. And again, put it in the perfect place out there in no man's land. Stand-up triple.
And to answer your question, yes, Randy Johnson did pitch for the Expos. He pitched in 11 games, 10 as a starter in 1988 and 1989. And after his second stint with Arizona, he did pitch with the Giants at age 45 and finished with an 8-6 record. And it's Paul Goldschmidt's the hitter. 2 singles, 2 runs. Infield 0 fly ball. That's hammered deep center. And Ciarte's going to watch this one. And it's going to be a home run.
We're in the camera hole.
So Goldschmidt does take care of that 20-20-20 stat. A long home run to straightaway center field, and Ian Kroll has given up a triple and a bomb to make it 8-4.
407 to the base of the wall. And then he hit it in the camera opening that's probably 20 to 25 feet above ground level. 434 feet. I'd say that's a little light. Mercy.
So as we spoke earlier tonight about the Braves pitching situation, even with a day off, the Braves relief corps has been tattooed of late. Yes, they had a great game last night, but sadly that's been the exception rather than the rule. Julio Teheran was able to work through 6 innings tonight, but he gave up 11 hits and 6 runs. And another bullet. This one played off the chest of Donis, and he'll throw to first, and Freeman had to dig that out.
Ian Kroll was 1-0 with a 2.55 ERA in the 28 games prior to the All-Star break. I think maybe his workload is beginning to catch up to him.
Arizona with 3 homers tonight. Segura, Goldschmidt, and this man, Jake Lamb. His was hit to right. And a strike. It's an open question as to whom the Braves are going to call up. Those call-ups are eligible in a week and 1 day. There's a little blooper is going to drop in front of Kemp and left. Lamb has a 2-hit night. That's the 3rd hit of the inning allowed by Ian Kroll. And now the Braves are quickly running out of pitching. And there aren't many answers for Brian Snitker right now. Nor for Roger McDowell. No Brave starter has worked into the 7th inning since July 17th. And that was tonight's starter, Julio Teheran. Is Randy Johnson the most intimidating left-hander you saw? Not as a player, but as a baseball fan, baseball broadcaster?
During his era, yeah. I mean, there's other guys that threw hard, other guys that had success, but you said intimidating, and he was all of that.
He was Jacob deGrom before Jacob deGrom, with the long hair and long limbs.
Oh, 6'11".
Yeah.
6'10".
Play foul.
He's on the payroll here. He's still a special assistant to the president, CEO.
Four career ERA crowns, 3 of those with the Diamondbacks, 9 strikeout titles. Co-MVP of the 2001 World Series. Up the middle, d'Arnaud can't handle it. That's into center field, and the Diamondbacks are going to have him first and third.
Ought to be a bad hop single. Looked like it came up on Chase as he was about to pick it up.
And that's going to be the end of the line for Ian Kroll. Not a good night for Ian tonight. 2 runs, 4 hits, 2 aboard. Madison Youngener will be summoned, with Arizona breaking it open here in the home 7th.
And Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Chip and Joel with you from Phoenix. And that might be, well, as you see Madison Youngner on for the 8th time. Thought for a minute that was a holographic image of Kelsey Wingert's ice cream bowl. Looked pretty empty. And quite honestly, her progress eating the ice cream might be the only highlight over the last couple of innings because the Braves are down 8-4 on 15 hits by the Diamondbacks. Mitch Haniger, the batter. And blocked by Flowers. Ball 1. Braves have used 14 starting pitchers. Those 14 men have combined for 26 wins. This is the 127th game of the season. Snap throw to first and back safely is Owings. Game 127. The Braves have 49 quality starts. And for those of you not aware of what a quality start is, it's 6 innings with a 4.50 ERA. So the other 75, 76 starts weren't even that good.
Yeah, in the judgment of many, that's not exactly a quality start.
Right. Out of play, foul. Look at it go.
Put a pretty big dent.
Bigger bites. Come on.
I know what your dad would have said now, which is,
this spoon is way too small.
Yes, he would have. I mean, folks, that's our highlight tonight. One ball, 2 strikes. Runner at first goes, and it's out of play. So we'll apologize in advance when Kelsey goes into the locker room. When all of her questions are in a very high-pitched voice and at about 1,000 words per second, you'll understand why.
Well, don't forget about the Braves postgame brought to you by Xfinity. She'll still be going strong.
One and 2 your count for Mitch Haniger. And up and out play. Won't be any easier for the Braves tomorrow night. Robbie Ray is going to pitch for the Diamondbacks, and he's the reigning player of the week in National League play. Won 2 games, gave up 2 earned runs in 12 innings, and struck out 18 hitters. And has given up only 2 earned runs in his last 19 innings. That's into the seats, foul again. Arizona scored a first-inning run on a Wellington Castillo double. Michael Bourne's first of 2 triples helped Arizona to that early lead. They got 2 in the third, a 2-run scoring hit again by Castillo. No chance for Flowers on that breaking ball, and Owings moves up 90 feet. Braves didn't score their first runs off Zach Greinke until the 5th inning. Greinke walked a couple of runners, or a couple of batters, I should say. Then Ender Inciarte with a double down the left field line made it a 3-2 game. Julio Teheran gave up 2 homers, 3 runs in the 5th, 2 for Atlanta in the 6th, 2 for Arizona here in the 7th. That's where we are, 8-4 infield in. And Haniger's having himself quite an at-bat. He'll see a 9th pitch. He'll see a 10th pitch. Fly ball left. Inciarte comes over. Kemp is there. Matt makes the catch. His throw is going to come toward third base. It was way off target, but no further advance by Owings. Lamb comes home. That run's charged to Ian Cole. It's 9-4 Diamondbacks. Brandon Drury doubled his first time up. He's popped out and he's hit into a double play since. He's been on base in 11 of his last 12 starts.
I wonder if we'll see Pollock tomorrow.
As a baseball fan, I hope so. As a Braves fan, I hope not.
Especially if Tomas is going to be out a few days with a bad back.
That was a real bad break for Arizona. They weren't willing to trade A.J. Pollock to the Braves in the Shelby Miller deal. Atlanta was happy to take Ender Inciarte, and then right before the season starts, Pollock breaks his elbow. But he's been swinging a very hot bat on his minor league rehabs, so we'll see if we see him here tomorrow night.
Well, if it had been A.J. Pollock, I don't know the nuts and bolts of that deal, but if it had been A.J. Pollock, I doubt seriously that Dansby Swanson would have been included in that deal coming back to Atlanta.
Excellent.
You're talking about a guy that was an all-star last year in Pollock. It might have been just a one-for-one deal.
Excellent point. So we're going to miss. Drury didn't get it. 2-2.
And Escobar getting ready for the 8th.
That's whacked foul. Ricky Weeks is on deck. Hudson worked a third of an inning and struck out Matt Kemp. Madison Younginer is the second Braves pitcher of the inning. Ian Kroll started, gave up 3 runs, 4 hits. The man at second, Owings, is his responsibility. Between Kroll and Younginer, we've seen 31 pitches. Ball 4. Believe it or not, that's the first walk issued by the Braves staff in this game. Ricky Weeks will be the hitter. He's the 8th man to bat of the inning. Weeks was a big part of the Milwaukee Brewers' success. And he's trying to keep the dream alive here in the desert. He's hit 8 home runs, as you saw. The pitch is way off the plate. And he gets smoked. And Weeks takes a step or two towards the mound. And he points at Madison Younginer. Took exception to that. Chip Hale is out. Several of the Braves start to come out as Weeks makes his way to first base. Matt Williams helped shuffle him down the first base line too, and Chip Hale doing a good job of keeping Weeks headed for the first base bag.
Well, and a good hustle by Matt Williams to get down there and kind of diffuse it a little bit too. Tyler Flowers had let Ricky know that he was right behind him and no intent there. Or Chip Hale, one of them was kind of motioning to the Braves dugout. Guys were coming out that it's okay. He's not going anywhere. But he is about the third guy to hit in the last 2 nights, maybe the fourth.
Yeah, Castillo got smoked. Segura got smoked last night. Braves are already trailing big in this game. Last thing Atlanta wants is any more base runners for the Diamondbacks. They've got them loaded now. And Segura is the 9th man to hit here in the inning. Jam shot ripped foul to the right side, a strike.
You can make all kinds of comments to hitters about, hey, this guy, these guys are all over the place. They don't know where it's going, and it doesn't mean anything if you just got hit with a pitch. Well, maybe he should. This is the big leagues.
0-1. So much of what we see, not just with the Braves, but a lot of other teams that are in kind of the same straits as Atlanta is in. So much on-the-job learning of how to pitch at this level. And talking to some players around the league, there are just so many uncompetitive pitches that are taking place. As this one's whacked foul at third.
And that's a good description.
And it's not that these guys are coming out trying to hit batters or throw balls, but at this level, a competitive pitch is one that might result in contact or a resolution at a bat. When these young pitchers are throwing the ball 4 or 5 inches off the plate, these hitters are too selective. They're not going to even think about swinging with that ball. Which drives up pitch counts, lots of walks, and as in tonight, lots of opponent offense.
Well, don't get me wrong. I fully endorse pitching inside. Julio pitched inside tonight. Spun a couple of guys around, made them move back off the plate, made them move their feet. You got to do that in the big leagues to pitch to a part of the plate that you want. But Segura got splatted last night too.
But look at that spray chart. As this one's bounced toward third and right at the bag. Garcia will make the play, and that will retire the side. Younginer threw 24 pitches, and that ends the inning. 3 runs more for Arizona. They lead at 9. fell behind Zach Greinke early and just have not been able to catch up. And Arizona with a big 7th inning has made it a big lead.
Michael Bourne's been the big guy really tonight. He had the 1-out triple in the first, scored on a double, and he had another leadoff triple there in the 7th, followed by Goldschmidt's home run. He's had a big night. Zach Greinke, not a great night for him, but he did record his 2000th strikeout of Freddie Freeman back in the 4th inning.
This is Edwin Escobar, his 8th appearance. High ERA, as you see. Arizona got him off waivers from the Red Sox in late April. He started a couple games. He's pitched in relief most of the time in the desert. So let's see if the Arizona staff takes exception to all these Diamondbacks hitters who've been hit so far in the series.
Had a big RBI double back in the 5th inning when the Braves got 2 on the board and got within a run. But the D-backs came back with 3 of their own in the bottom half of the inning.
Slash down the left field line. What a night for Nick Markakis. He's on his way to second. Boy, is Nick having a big year for Atlanta. His 2nd double of the night. He's got 33 of those.
Something down and out over the plate just a little bit. No chance at all for Drury. That's his 6th hit of the series. 6 for 14.
2 hits for Tyler Flowers tonight. An RBI single in the 6th. Was the 4th and final run allowed by Diamondback starter Zach Greinke. And Flowers has one across his shoe tops. And he starts to think about that.
Unless there's a follow-up, I don't think Escobar's command's all that good either.
But not a comfortable at bat, to be sure. A strike. 1-1 the count.
Tyler thought that pitch was low, and I don't blame him.
Chase Peterson's next. 9-4 Arizona. It's in the 8th. And Flowers walks. So that's going to drive Chip Hale crazy. He's got a 5-run lead, and Escobar comes in and gives up a double and a walk. And Mike Butcher, who I believe leads the world in mound meetings, is on his way out.
Yeah, they had a graphic on that, didn't we? Did we have something like that on trips to the mound? I didn't even know they kept that stat.
I didn't either.
And why would you?
Well, with all the walks you're seeing, you got to keep track of something. And I've got an idea. You could make things easier for Mike. You could cut another one of those lines that exists between the plate and mound. Just put it right from the dugout steps out to the mound. There it is. Updated.
Oh, nobody will catch them. They are way out there.
That is the Cal Ripken Jr. of mound visits record.
Yes.
Can't you hear it now? All the baseball experts. No one's ever going to top the 2016 Diamondbacks. As a looper into shallow left is going to get down for a hit. And the Braves have the bases loaded with nobody out. Well, all of a sudden, this is getting a little interesting. 2 hits and a walk allowed by Escobar.
And both of the hits by left-handed hitters.
Another thing to keep in mind, the Braves are 1 man down on their bench with the trade of Jeff Francoeur to the Marlins tonight. So Gordon Beckham grabs a bat. He's on deck. First, though, it's Chase Darno, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. And popped out of play.
Well, the Braves have been giving every single team a finish. Doesn't matter what the score has been. They have not gone quietly. Dusty Baker paid them a real strong compliment, saying they never give up. They never quit.
Well, they're knocking at the door. Can Darno kick it open? No swing. 1-2 the count. Once Arizona put together their 3-run 7th, a good number of the 15,000 plus that began the night here have made their way home. One ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball, Goldschmidt fires to second. One pitcher never got to the bag to cover, and the Braves get a run. So that helps. Peterson's forced. And it's an RBI for Darno.
Ted, that's a tough read for the pitcher to make, because Goldschmidt was way off the line, and if that had been a base hit, he's got to back up home. So he's kind of caught betwixt and between and didn't go to first base in time, and you can understand that why.
First and third, 1 in, 1 out for Gordon Beckham. He hits for Madison Youngiter, who went 2/3 of an inning, a walk, and a hit batsman.
Every run matters at this point late in this game. You're down 4.
Beckham took strike 3. He's retired on 3 pitches. 2 outs. And Ender Inciarte's the batter. He's got 3 hits and 4 tries. And as you said, it's been the lefties that have given the Diamondbacks reliever the most trouble. Good stop, Castillo. Well, let's see if Ender can get greedy and be rewarded. 3 hits is a good night. 4 would be a great night. He does not yet have a 4-hit game as a Brave. He does have 5 career 4-hit nights. 1 ball, 1 strike. We've seen a grand total of 3 1-2-3 innings tonight.
Good pitch there. He got the call.
Big difference though. 2-2 as opposed to 3-1 though.
Sure is.
Strike 3 inside corner, and Inciarte saying you can't give him both sides of the plate. But David Rackley did just that, and the Braves settled for 1 in the top of the 8th inning. Escobar missed his spot by about a foot, but he got the call.
Long balls for the D-backs. This one a rocket 428-footer by Segura in the 5th inning. That was followed by Jake Lamb hitting one into the seats in right field, same inning. And then Paul Goldschmidt off Ian Kroll hit one into the camera opening out there in straightaway center about 25 feet above the ground over the yellow line in straightaway center. And for Goldie, that was his 20th homer of the year. He had his 20th stolen base earlier tonight for Toyota Key Plays.
Gordon Beckham checks in. He'll play second base. And Arodys Vizcaino will try to rediscover some magic. It's been a rough go for Arodys, who said this is the toughest stretch of games he's ever been in. And normally an affable young man, he was very upset with his performance. Declined to speak to the media here the other night. Hopefully he'll find the release point and get back to the good work he was turning in before he hurt his side.
It's a good game for him to pitch it, come in and get some work in and try to figure it out.
He's the fourth Atlanta reliever to work. Excuse me, the third Atlanta reliever to work in the game. And our guys look it up. You know how many relief appearances the Braves have made in 38 games since the break, including tonight. As another shot by Michael Bourne. He's got a 4-hit game. Braves have made 147 relief appearances in 38 games. It's almost 4 per ball game.
I believe it.
And that goes back to what we started talking about tonight. The starters are not getting past the 5th inning most of the time, and they're never getting past the 6th inning.
And that's a lot of innings to cover.
Fouled away by Paul Goldschmidt. Who reached the 20-homer, 20 stolen base mark. We already had 27 doubles coming into play. Bourne with 4 hits, Goldschmidt with 3 so far tonight.
Bourne with a big night tonight. I was looking at the box scores of that series, Washington and Baltimore, since the Braves just played Washington, wondering how they would do, and they played the first 2 in Baltimore. Trey Turner went 3 for 3. Monday night he went 4 for 4. Last night he went 4 for 5 tonight.
He is some kind of exciting player to watch, isn't he?
And it hasn't helped because Washington has lost all 3 games.
Tanner Roark got beat tonight. Wade Miley, I think that was his first win as an Oriole.
Washington got 5 in the 9th inning. It wasn't enough.
Blake Trinan gave up 5 runs in relief tonight. Egads. And Washington, as we knew from Dusty Baker, this is a real tough part of their schedule. They've been playing a lot of games in the heat, the humidity. They too have had to make a lot of pitching changes. The Braves gave them a whole lot of trouble in Atlanta.
Trinan and Kelly pitched a lot against the Braves in that stretch.
Yeah, their bullpen's running on fumes right now too. And Goldschmidt is down on strikes. A high fastball took care of him. There's the first out in the Arizona 8th.
There's a good start for this guy, you know, back on the tracks.
Two hits, 3 RBIs again for the Arizona catcher. That's 13 RBIs in his last 11 games. Ball 1. After tomorrow night's game, the Braves will make their way to San Francisco. 3-game series in our lone visit to AT&T Park. Arizona will play the Reds. Inciarte comes charging in, makes a nice running catch, and Castillo pops out 2 away. Braves Live presented by Xfinity will follow us. We've talked a lot in this series about the homecomings of Dansby Swanson and Ender Inciarte, and justifiably so. Well, the former Brave Michael Bourne has turned the trick on Atlanta tonight with a big game. 4 hits, 3 runs. And here's Jake Lamb. A homer, a single, 2 RBIs, and 2 runs scored. Even count. Our game, the last one, still working. Dodgers and Giants just finished. Their game started a half hour later than ours. Driven deep to left. Kemp is at the wall, and he's going to make the play. And that will retire the side. Last call for Atlanta. We head to the ninth inning. It's 9-5 Diamondbacks. Weeks until the final game takes place at Turner Field on October 2nd against the Detroit Tigers. About 1,000 seats are left for that Turner Field swan song. If you purchase those tickets, you'll get tickets to any of the 2016 game for up to 60% off the gate price. Get them now. The final celebration at Turner Field is on. Get your tickets at Braves.com. Enrique Burgos is on for the ninth inning. It is 9-5 Arizona.
He gave up the game-tying home run to Freddie Freeman Monday night. But Paul Goldschmidt made him a winner by hitting a home run in the bottom of the inning.
Swing and a drive, belted by Adonis. How far is that one going to go?
Speaking of Goldschmidt-like, boy, that was a sweet stroke. Just took the barrel right to the baseball. No doubter.
435 feet. And now a 9-6 game. Freddie Freeman's 1 for 4 tonight. That hit an infield hit. Remember, it was the line drive that hit the umpire in the hip.
Burgos has got to wonder what's going on when he gives up leadoff homers in the ninth every time he goes out there.
It's a tough way to earn a lot of saves, isn't it?
Yeah.
And look at where Alfonso Marquez is. The second base umpire is trying to hide behind.
That's always
Chris Owings. Yeah. I don't blame him. Not close. 3 balls and a strike.
Well, it won't be long before we have to have the ground crew out, work on the mound.
He must be too dirty. That's the only thing I can think. Good cut, but it was late. Full count. Kemp and Markakis are next. Ball 4 with nobody out. This is unbelievable. Keep it going, fellas.
I don't need to be anywhere, do you?
No. No.
We've already been here 3.5 hours. I don't mind waiting another hour and go home with a W.
A homer and a walk in the Braves' ninth. Pitch is high.
You can throw a strike.
Yeah. Taken low. 2-0. He's one pitch away from bringing the tying run to the plate.
'96 to '98 with a slider. Some of that he can get over. That was a gift.
Believe it or not, Arizona has their bullpen working. Dominic Leone has gotten up. 3-1 count. And that's driven toward right near the line. It's foul ball. No chance for Haniger to get there. And Kemp will head back to the plate. 9 runs, 16 hits for Arizona, 6 runs, 11 hits for the Braves. Both clubs have left a men on base. Pitchers of record so far, Zach Greinke and Julio Teheran. Neither dazzled. Downstairs he walked him.
Good at bat. Worked him. I don't know if Butcher's had to have knee replacement surgery, but at the end of this year it'll be high on his list.
He could start his own like P90X workout series. You know, he could modify his workouts running between the dugout and the mound. Put on a whole different set of discs for each day of the week. He's a good pitching coach.
Oh, he's really good, and he's going to need a motorized vehicle to take him out there.
Last night he was wearing some pretty colorful teal shoes. I think it was teal night last night. He might have worn the spikes to a nub.
teal night.
I swear that's what the note said. It was teal night last night.
I thought it was Arizona State night.
It was, but it was Teal Tuesday. I mean, nothing says Arizona Sun Devils like the color teal, right? Here's Nick Markakis. Nobody out. Ball one.
All bets are off on that taken thing now.
Yeah.
You got Nick up there representing the tying run. Doubles in each of his last 2 at bats.
Remember, Arizona traded Brad Ziegler to the Boston Red Sox. And kids trying to close games. Burgos is having big problems tonight. And
another gift.
I just don't understand it. Kids all over the place. He's spraying the ball all over the strike zone. And he's gotten 2 or 3 pitchers' pitches in this inning.
Yeah, and Castillo's having to turn his glove over to backhand it basically when it's moving off the plate.
Nope. 2-1.
Braves only have 1 man on their bench left, Anthony Recker. And the pitcher's spot is coming up in 2 hitters.
Two and two. Tyler Flowers is next. Adonis Garcia led off the inning with a homer. Freeman and Kemp have walked. Now at 2-2 for Nick. Full count. He's thrown 20 pitches. He has not recorded an out. Only 9 strikes. And one of those was the home run ball. Swing and a base hit to center. Here comes Freddie around third. Kemp stumbled as he made his way around second, but he makes it to third. It's 9-7 and still nobody out.
Remember last inning when I said every run counts? The Braves had first and third, 1 out, and couldn't get a second run across. That would have been a huge run based on what the Braves have done this inning. And these professional hitters like Nick Markakis getting a count 3-2, and you throw a fastball all over it.
149 career 3-hit games now for Nick Markakis. And he's up to 72 RBIs. And it looks like that's going to be the end of the line for Burgos.
No. He needs more work. Leave him in.
He faced 4 hitters. He didn't retire one of them. A homer, 2 walks, and a Markakis single. Atlanta has runners at the corners. They represent the tying run. It's 9-7 in the 9th. Stay up. More excitement to follow. Baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app, Joe, for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
I'm confident that it is. Dominic Leone worked an inning last night, gave up a hit and a run, had a strikeout, but here are the specifics on this guy coming into ball games. First batter faced, they're 8 for 19. That's a .421 average. Inherited runners, inherited 8. 5 have scored. He's given up runs in 8 of his last 11 outings. Nobody out. Go get him. Bravos.
As an old friend of ours used to ask in moments like this, good or bad?
Yeah, that's probably not.
Yeah. Tyler Flowers, the batter, first and third, nobody out. And he whacks one into the upper deck, foul. Strike one. Arizona got Leone from Seattle with Wellington Castillo in the Mark Trumbo deal. That was last June 3rd. High fly ball. That's well hit. Bourne on the run. Still going. It's over his head and off the wall. 1 run scores. Stopping at second is Flowers. The Braves have made it a 1-run game.
If that ball doesn't come off the wall as hard as it did, the Braves get a second run. But it really shot back over past Bourne and right to Drury. Man, did Tyler put a charge in that. Look how hard that came back to Drury. That saved him a run.
The boy of the Braves ever in business. Second and third, nobody out. 3 runs are in, and Anthony Recker is the batter. Ball 1.
Infield in. Tying run at third base.
Recker's 1 for 3 as a pinch hitter. He's got a homer, 8 RBIs in 20 games overall, and a .291 average. The 6th reliever. They've needed 6 guys to try to get 9 outs. That one gets away, but not far enough. And the return throw got away, but Goldschmidt backed it up.
Darn it. This got a lot of glove on the part of Castillo, and it was rolling slowly off the dirt. So I can understand why Nick thought better of it with nobody out. Don't run into an out at home plate. 3-0 count to Recker.
And Darno waiting on deck. Made him throw a strike. Braves started this inning down 9-5 in the ninth. They've scored 3. There's nobody out. And Recker takes a walk. They're loaded again. At this point, what can you say?
I don't know, but I feel sorry for Butcher.
I'm sure Zach Greinke's sitting back in the Arizona locker room thinking, what in the world have I gotten myself into? He gave up 4 runs in 6 innings. Looked like he was going to be in great shape, especially after Arizona scored 3 in the 7th. But the Diamondbacks have needed 6 pitchers to try to get 9 outs, and they've used 2 in this inning and haven't retired a batter.
It's really important the Braves take the lead here too. They're out of players, and you don't want to start playing a lot of extra innings or something if you don't have any bench. So let's get it tied first and then worry about that, I guess.
Darno has a couple of hits in 6 tries with bases loaded. He's behind in the count 0-1. Swing and a fly ball hammered toward Bourne in center. He'll make the catch. Markakis will tag and score, and the game is tied on a sac fly. Can you believe it?
Some excellent base running on the part of Tyler Flowers too. He froze, saw that Bourne was going to catch it, but raced back to tag, and with Bourne running toward right field, Tyler was able to still tag and go to third base. And he represents the go-ahead run there with 1 out. Watch him out at second. He froze, and then when he saw him going for the ball, did a real good job of getting over to third.
So neither Greinke nor Tehran will factor in the decision tonight. First and third, 1 out for Beckham, who took a 3rd strike in his first at bat tonight.
Darno got a good pitch to drive and get it out of the infield over the drawn-in infield to get that tire in.
Burgos allows 4 runs here in the 9th.
Johnson for the Braves. Jim, most certainly if the Braves take the lead.
Bottom of the strike zone. Leon got the call. 1-2.
Don't try to do too much. Just hit fly ball.
He did hit a fly ball. Haniger's got it. He's charging. There's the grab. And it's not deep enough. Tagging at first is Wrecker. Flowers couldn't come home. And Atlanta's got him second and third, but now there are 2 outs. And Ender Inciarte is coming up with Adonis Garcia lurking. So Beckham got the fly ball, but couldn't muscle it deep enough to try to score the go-ahead run. So who do you want? Inciarte, the lefty, or Garcia, the righty?
The way they're not throwing strikes, you'd be really taking a risk if you put Ender on and force Leon to throw strikes to Garcia. Remember, Ender really complained loudly his last time up to David Rackley about getting a call against him on the outside part that wasn't a strike, and then on the inside part that might have been, but it sure widened the plate.
Shortstop. Even count. Three walks in the inning. 3 hits in the inning for Atlanta. One of them a Garcia home run. Now it's 1-2.
They know Ender can turn on the ball, especially down and in. It's like they're trying to keep the ball away from him. Coming in though.
He got it there, and Inciarte takes a called third strike.
That's a good pitch.
The Braves score 4 in the 9th inning, and they tie the game. Can you believe it? 9-9. Well, the Braves sent 9 to the plate in the 9th. 4 of them score, and we have a 9-9 game as Arizona comes up for their last at bat in regulation, and it's Mauricio Cabrera's turn to pitch.
Well, he was lights out last night. He was tremendous, along with all of his compadres that did such a good job out of the bullpen. He did give up a hit, but he struck out the side along with it. The hit was allowed to land a double.
Well, you said it earlier, partner. The Braves always seem to give the opponent a finish. They certainly did tonight, as the Diamondbacks have used 6 pitchers to get 9 outs over the final 3 innings. Mauricio Cabrera is the 4th Atlanta reliever, and they'll have Owings, Haniger, and Drury coming up. And then we'll see. Right back where it came from. Wow. Owings turned around a fastball, and he leads off the 9th with a single. He's the winning run. 2 hits in as many turns for Owings.
Good start. See if they're bunting.
Drury's the 8th place hitter on deck. Then you've got Leon's spot. And again, we don't know if Yasmani Tomas can play. He left last night's game with a back strain. We have seen 335 pitches in this game. There have been a lot of deep counts. Believe it or not, even on a night when the Braves have given up 9 runs and 17 hits, they've only walked 1 Arizona hitter. No bunt. At least
no
not
bunt
yet.
Yeah.
1-1. Haniger does not have a sacrifice hit for Chip Hale. Oh, wow, what a save by Freeman.
Yeah, he would have wound up third if Freddie doesn't flag that down.
So in the last 21 games, the Braves have scored 5 or more runs 12 times. 3 games played here in Arizona. Atlanta has scored 7, 8, and now 9. They've split the first 2 games. Didn't get it. In fact, that great offensive stretch runs even further. Atlanta's averaged 8 runs a game over their last 5. They've scored 40 runs total in that period. Their best 5-game offensive stretch of any point this season.
Time for one of those 102 lights out pitches.
Diamondbacks have 17 hits tonight. That's 1 shy of their season high of 18. They set that April 25th against the Cardinals. The most runs they've scored in a game is 13. Another 1-2. Driven down the line, foul. And Mitch Haniger will hang in there. Fly ball driven toward right, pretty deep. Markakis back, still going. He makes the catch a step shy of the fence. Oh, Haniger gave it a ride, and Nick tracked it down for the first out.
That was a really nice catch. He knew he was running out of room. Cabrera supplies all the power. Long run for Nick, and just enough room to haul it in.
Brandon Drury looks for his second hit. Braves are looking for 2 for the price of 1. Drury's hitting to a double play already. And here's Tardy there. Tuffy Gosowicz is on deck.
And he's their backup catcher, which tells me that Tomas is really not available tonight.
Patrick Corbin's loosening in the bullpen. Pitch low, even count.
If it does go extra innings, Corbin is a starter who's just been moved to the bullpen, so he could pitch multiple innings.
One ball, 2 strikes. Runner goes, and Drury fouled it away.
Owing stole a base back in the 7th inning. His 13th of the year.
Driven to right again. Markakis retreats again. He caught another one. What a grab by Markakis again. Two incredible plays for 2 big outs.
Nick Markakis is 3 for his last 3 tonight at the plate. He's 2 for 2 tonight on some terrific game-saving plays in right field. What a night he's having on both sides of the baseball. Right out in the web of his glove. Way to run it down.
So here's Tuffy Gosowicz. Runner at first. 2 outs. Right back where it came from. Long throw by Beckham to first in time. And how about Atlanta's defense in the 9th inning? They gave up a leadoff single.
innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Wild finish tonight in Phoenix. 9-9 after 9. And with so many pitching changes, so many double switches, always fun to take a look at the lineup cards and see who's left. Here's what's available for Brian Snitker.
And remember, if you just joined us and hadn't heard, the Braves traded Jeff Francoeur today, and he left just as the game was about to start. So they're a man short. They have no position players left. And the Diamondbacks only have Yasmani Tomas left, and he is apparently not available, or he would have pinch hit there. And he's got a bad back.
So this is Patrick Corbin, former starter, now in the bullpen. You know he's stretched out, can pitch multiple innings. And he'll face the man that got the 9th inning started with a long home run, Adonis Garcia. This time, the matchup in the 10th inning.
It's only his 4th relief appearance. Corbin had 24 starts this year, 4-13, a 5.73 ERA. 23 homers.
Whew. So an interesting dilemma for both managers here. The Braves pinch hit Anthony Recker. The Diamondbacks pinch hit Tuffy Gosowicz.
Tuffy.
So both skippers also praying that there's no injury to either catcher.
We've always assumed, and we've actually seen him in some gear from time to time, that Chase Darno is the emergency catcher for the Braves. Here's a good start.
Roger McDowell and Mike Butcher are going to need a hug after this game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just unbelievable. But we'll take it as Freeman's coming up.
I would have no idea who the emergency catcher would be for the D-backs unless it might be Owings. Big shift on from Freddie. Left-handed pitcher. I don't want to take the bat out of Freddie's hand the way he's swinging, but wouldn't hurt my feelings at all if he'd take a shot to left field here.
That swept off the plate. Freddie couldn't resist. 2013, Patrick Corbin was looking like he was on his way to stardom. Pitched 200 innings for the first time in the big leagues, went 14-8 with a 3.41 ERA. Then he got hurt. Tommy John surgery. Felt discomfort in mid-March. He was supposed to be the team's opening day starter against the Dodgers. You might recall Arizona began the year against LA in Australia. So that was a big hole that Arizona had to fill up. Last year he came back, made 16 starts, won 6, lost 5. This year it's been tough sledding for him. And some of his misfortune not completely his fault. 20 unearned runs behind Corbin this year.
Is that right? Well, he's 2-2 on Freddie. Freddie missed a good pitch on the 1-1 count, but I can't imagine he won't throw in that breaking ball again here.
Nope. But what has been Corbin's fault? 168 hits in 136 innings, 23 homers, 60 walks, and a .303 opponent batting average.
That would make for a very high whip.
Yes. Which did not appear to be one of the 12 ingredients in that gigantic Arizona Diamondbacks helmet full of ice cream that Kelsey Winger did finish.
Yeah, I'm proud of her. It's kind of embarrassing to have to roll her downstairs, though, and wait for the post-game notes. Chat.
3-2.
Freddie.
He loves hitting in this ballpark. Braves have the right guys up at the right time in the 10th. Garcia led off with a walk. Freeman up there. Kemp, Markakis, Flowers to follow. And this is the 8th pitch of the at-bat.
Got all those pitches down and away, and he's spoiling them. Most of them not strikes. I'm still trying to get over those 2 catches that Markakis made. Game savers. Great job in the bottom of the 9th.
Strike 3. That one caught a corner. So a 9-pitch at bat. Well, that number 9 keeps coming up in the last inning or so, doesn't it? Ends Freddie's turn, and here's Kemp.
No argument for Freddie on that big hook.
How about that wild pitch? I've never seen that before.
I don't know that I have either.
That ball in the dirt, it bounced off of Castillo back out toward the mound. Look at this.
Right up his shin guard. I tell you who really liked it, Matt Diaz. He loves stuff like that because it's just one of those quirks of baseball.
Ground ball to second. We'll get a runner to third base, but that's going to cost the Braves their second out. Well, if there's such a thing as poetic justice in baseball, Nick Markakis will be the guy that drives home the go-ahead run. Nick has 3 hits in his last 3 at-bats. He made those 2 great 9th-inning catches. And he's been so productive all year long with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Can Nick come through again for Atlanta here in the 10th? Same pitch, same spot, same call. 2-0. 26 2-out RBIs for Markakis, a .286 hitter in this situation. And he's hitting .265 against lefties. So all bets are off with Markakis up there. 2-0. 3-0.
Green light. Freeman tied it on a 3-0 home run Monday night.
Not a strike, but called one.
As we always say, Nick at night is better than Nick in the day. And if I'm Patrick Corbin here, I try to come up with that curveball again. 3-2. It doesn't matter. You got a couple of bases open, but rather than give in and throw a fastball to Nick, you gotta think that after the success with Freeman, maybe he could do it again.
Tie-breaking run, Adonis Garcia at third. Payoff pitch to Markakis is low. First and third, 2 outs. New set of strikes for the Braves. And Tyler Flowers is coming up. He's got a 3-hit game. The Diamondbacks have issued the Braves 6 walks in the last 3 innings. Tyler earned one of those in the 8th. And we've gone 18 minutes without a meeting.
I was concerned. I really was. I was afraid that somehow, some way, Butcher would make his way out there. Ay, caramba. Tyler's had a good night, like you said, Chip. That booming double in the 9th inning. Almost caught the overhang.
Well, as you said, the Braves are out of position players. With that in mind, Rob Whalen is on deck. And the Diamondbacks know that, so they're not going to let Tyler Flowers swing the bat. They're going to pitch to last night's starting pitcher.
Well, as Kelsey told us, the plan is for Whalen to go on the disabled list. And the way he heads up here, he might throw that thing to the backstop, Adonis. Anyway, he's not on the disabled list, obviously, tonight, but is supposed to go on the DL tomorrow. And he can take some good swings.
Yeah. So Corbin issues his 3rd walk of the inning. That loads the bases. And it will be Whalen with 2 outs. Braves have a couple of choices if they're going to use a pitcher to swing the bat. Mike Foltynewicz has 4 hits. Julio Teheran, as we mentioned, the staff leader with 6, but he started. He's already long gone. So Corbin has to throw strikes. There's no place to put Whalen.
They threw him a lot of curveballs last night.
Cabrera goes an inning, gives up a hit. Top of the order due for Arizona in the 10th. First things first, Whalen takes outside. Broken bat, ground ball to short. The flip to second is in time, and that retires the side. Corbin didn't make it easy on himself. He walked the bases loaded, but the Braves unable to break through in the top of the 10th.
gigs for just $150. Only on Verizon.
9-9 in the bottom of the 10th inning. You see 30 combined hits for the Braves and D-backs tonight. Earlier this evening, the big story was the three-way trade with the Braves, Rangers, and Marlins. Jeff Francoeur, the principal name. He goes to the Marlins, who are seeking offense any way they can find it. The Braves acquired an infielder and a catcher who will be in the lower minor leagues from Texas and Miami, respectively. And Texas gets 3 international bonus pool slots. They can use that to sign players outside the June draft.
And as I said, hours ago about Dylan Moore, he played briefly this summer at Inland Empire in the Rangers organization, and that would have been alongside the kid Demerit that the Braves acquired in the deal that sent Harrell, part of the deal that sent Harrell and Dario Alvarez to Texas.
This is Jose Ramirez. First pitch to Segura, right at the bag. Long throw, Adonis, and he makes the play for out number 1. Adonis Garcia is having himself a terrific defensive month, the hot corner.
He's having himself a good year, but especially a good second half. He's been outstanding with the bat and with the glove. And a good thing he was guarding the line right here. That was right at the bag. Fair ball.
Can Ramirez slow down Michael Bourne? 2 singles, 2 triples, 3 runs scored. Game tied in the run column, but Arizona leading in a critical category here in the 10th inning. They have an 8-1 lead in mound visits. Oh no. Look who's on top of the Arizona dugout. Balls and a strike.
Jose had a real good inning last night, even though he had some base runners. He pitched around them. In fact, one of them was a leadoff triple by Owings. And then he hit Segura with one out, left him stranded, struck out the side.
Sharply hit right to Chase, and his throw is on the money. 2 outs. Paul Goldschmidt walked off Arizona on Monday.
High hanging changeup.
His 4th walk-off of this 2016 season. Excuse me, of his career. 4th walk-off homer of his career, I beg your pardon. And he takes a strike. When we get to the 11th, Darno, Beckham, and Inciarte are coming up. Just past 11 o'clock Pacific time. Oh, a wild game. Arizona led 8-4 after 7.
Good pitch there. Look where that dropped in at the bottom part of the zone.
Rocketed toward short. Darno's got it. And his throw to first is in time, and Ramirez works a perfect 10. Told you we were headed to the 11th. There's the trio coming up, still tied up.
Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Well, a wild night in Phoenix. We've seen 18 combined runs. We've seen 30 combined hits. We've seen 14 different pitchers. We've seen 403 pitches. But all we care about is the number one. Who can push across the go-ahead run for the Braves here in the 11th inning? Perhaps Chase Darno will be the answer to that. He'll be followed by Gordon Beckham and Ender Inciarte. Arizona is 5-6 in extra inning games. To short. Owens has it. Fast runner. Good throw. 1 out. Braves are 9-9. Isn't it funny how you have a game where there's so much offense, so many runs scored, you make a big comeback in the 9th inning or the 8th inning to get it tied, you go to extras, and then all of a sudden it becomes a struggle for anybody to get on base or to get a big hit.
Yeah, bases loaded again in the 10th for Atlanta.
That one, though, you can excuse because Braves are a man down with Francoeur traded. Yep. And you had a young, inexperienced pitcher asked to swing the bat. At least Rob put it in play. But a forced play ended that threat. Braves have left 13 on base. Diamondbacks have left 9 to this point. And something else to be grateful for. Don't have to get on the plane tonight and fly to San Francisco after this marathon. Another night game here tomorrow night. The Giants were beaten 1-0 by the Dodgers today.
Castillo and Flowers behind the plate know that they're in there for the duration. Both backup catchers have been used and out of the game.
Slow roller to second. Segura charged and got his man.
Oh, he hesitated. He thought for a second Corbin was going to make that play. Nice recovery.
Center field, Ender Inciarte.
Corbin's needed 39 pitches to get 5 outs. 3 walks will do that to you. In fairness to Patrick, though, one of those walks was intentional. Arizona's walked 9 men in the game. The Braves have walked 1.
Somewhere in the distance in the bowels of the stadium, I can hear a tomahawk chop and chant going.
Well, it's not coming from the pool.
No. Almost sounds like it's coming from the tunnel.
Mark Grace was the first ever player to hit a home run into the swimming pool here in '98. Grounder toward first, race to the bag, and Corbin didn't get there. The ball got away, but Ender didn't see it, and he'll stop at first.
That should be a base hit, which would be his 4th of the night.
It is, and it is.
Third baseman, Adonis Garcia.
Corbin falls off to the third base side of the mound, so a longer run for him. And even if he caught that throw, he wasn't going to get him. So now a little cat and mouse game with whether or not Ender might run.
A 4-hit night for Ender Inciarte. And the Braves with a furious comeback in the 9th inning got it started with this man at the plate.
His only hit of the night, and it was a long one. That inspired everybody. The Braves went on to score 3 more runs and tie it up. The outfield very deep, trying to prevent a double that might score Inciarte. But if somehow Adonis does find a little space and in between outfielders with 2 outs, Ender's running on the crack of the bat, they'll have to get it in quickly.
They had 15,376 to start the night in the stands. About 15,000 of them have gone home. And a ground ball to short, flip to second. Segura handles, and that is the inning.
Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Bottom of the 11th inning. Ramirez back out to pitch. He got him in order 1-2-3 in the 10th. Braves pen tonight, 5 1/3 innings of work, 3 earned runs. Those runs charged to Ian Cole, who just didn't have it tonight. 4 of the 5 hitters he saw picked up hits. 3 of them scored.
First multiple inning effort for Ramirez since August 10th at Milwaukee. He went 2 innings.
Wellington Castillo leads off and takes low. Ball 1. Phillies won tonight, beat the White Sox 5-3. Houston over the Pirates 5-4. That game was at PNC. Pittsburgh's playoff hopes have taken a dent this week. Evan Gattis hit a home run for Houston earlier. Fly ball towards center, and Inciarte makes the play for the first out. Yankees shut out Seattle 5-0. Oakland beat Cleveland 5-1. Into National League ballparks, Texas won over Cincinnati 6-5. Marlins shut out Kansas City in their 9-game winning streak. That was Jose Fernandez that started. If he picked up the win, he's now 27-2 at home. Baltimore outslugged the Nationals 10-8. Giants fall 1-0 in LA. Cardinals beat the Mets 8-1. Cubs 6, San Diego 3, Milwaukee 7, Colorado 1.
Be careful with this guy. Already a home run tonight. Likes the ball down and in. I remember earlier tonight he swung at a pitch that was down and in and hit him in the foot. But he still swung at it.
Toward the left center field gap. Inciarte's going to try to cut it off. Couldn't. It's up against the fence. Lamb on his way to second. He'll stop with a 1-out double. So Lamb is starting to swing the bat like he did in the first half. A homer, a single, and now a double, and he represents the winning run.
Well, remember, he turned around a 101-mile-an-hour fastball from Cabrera last night for a double. This evening On a 3-0 count, he jumps on a 96. I think it was maybe 97-mile-an-hour fastball from Ramirez.
Chris Owings was 0 for 3 in his first 3 trips. He's 2 for 2 since those 2 hits, singles. And a strike. Your count. That got away. Flowers slipped as he got ready to make a throw to third. And Arizona now has the winning run 90 feet away and a ball in the dirt.
And it makes the count 3-2. He had him 0-2. And he might have had a chance to make a throw if his spikes hadn't slid in the dirt.
Now the Atlanta infield comes in. Fouled away.
You can make any kind of pitch you want here. You can use the fastball, you can use a breaking ball. Just don't throw it in the dirt and put that kind of pressure on Tyler Flowers, because if you walk him, it's not a big deal.
Right. Still have a double play chance, and you have a new set of strikes, and you still have the game alive. Payoff. Drilled it. That was a breaking ball, and another Arizona hitter is hit by a pitched ball.
Right in the small of the back.
So he's mad about getting hit, but I'll bet you with that stat we had, getting that runner in from third with less than 2 outs, and have that chance taken away probably makes Owings even angrier. So Atlanta will walk Haniger. Drury's on deck. The bases will be loaded with 1 out. Only the second walk issued by the Braves in this game. The other man to walk, the man that's about to come to the plate. So no place to put Drury. Arizona has the bases loaded. And Roger McDowell is out for a check. Our friends on the Arizona broadcast crew handed us a note in between innings. We talk all the time about the funny coincidences that take place in Major League Baseball. 3 years ago today, the Diamondbacks played their longest game in franchise history. 7 hours and 6 minutes. We are at 4 hours and about 42 minutes so far tonight.
How many innings did it say?
Let me say.
9.
Yeah, eight and a half.
All right, some decisions to make here about defending. You've got one out, so you don't have to play the infield in. You can play back for a double play, but let's see how Brian Snitker wants this done. Darno and Beckham are asking. They were in tight. Now they're backing up.
Swing and a little fly ball into shallow left. Kemp dives, makes the catch. Runner tags. Kemp late with a throw, and Arizona wins on a shallow sac fly to left. So in 11 innings, Brandon Drury with a little fly ball to left field brings home Jake Lamb, and Arizona wins the game by a final score of 10-9.
Excellent play by Matt Kemp to make the catch, but after he lays out to make the catch, there's no way he can get to his feet to make the throw and get anything on it. Good catch. But after the tag, there's no chance to throw out the runner.
So in a 4-hour and 46-minute marathon, the Arizona Diamondbacks and Brandon Drury win by 10-9. Your final score in 11 innings. We'll catch our breath and recap it for you.